Cat Sky and Jeromeo to the final furlong. We are in it to win it indeed. Silent Sailor inside. Stillwater Brown to the outside with the pinkish blinkers chasing this 5-1 shot who means business. We are in it to win it. Chad Lindsay, and we are in it to win it. Capture the first. Away they go. Brahms is who popped nicely, but has been overtaken by Stylin' and Profilin'. Speedy enough, trying to win 2 in a row. The riders trying to sweep the double in on the stretch out. Speedy enough is up near the lead, now joined by Cha. And Cha, going around 2 turns for the first time in quite some time, takes the lead. And with 6 furlongs to go, it's Cha from Speedy is enough. Stylin' and Profilin' between them. Milligan and Mike right next to that 3. And that quartet heads up the barn side, separated by 2. Then it's about 2.5, now 3, back to Prance, who's to the outside of Brahms is who. And they head up the Canterbury Park barn side on a beautiful Sunday. And the leader narrowly is Cha from Speedy is enough, badgering to the inside. Milligan and Mike about a length back to the outside. Stylin' and Profilin' is 4th, but a very close 4th, just behind the leaders. And 2 clear from Prance, who goes on the move. Brahms is who, 8 lengths from the front. Milligan and Mike making a move on Speedy enough. Between them is Cha. After that, Stylin' and Profilin'. Kelsey has nowhere to go, blocked by equine athletes. And outside Prance now. Stylin' and Profilin' sneaks through on the inside. Beautiful move by Kelsey Haar. And Stylin' and Profilin' has taken the lead. Speedy is enough, tries to cut with that one. After that, Milligan and Mike. Outside of that is Prance. And they're into the final 110. Stylin' and Profilin' is Stylin' and Profilin'. Prance trying to get that one on the outside, but it's not happening. Stylin' and Profilin'. Well done, Miss Haar. And they're racing. Good beginning for He Could Go All the Way. Just Ask Joel at 25-1 being ridden for speed. Spirit Mission also with a spirited start to the inside of Bonita Rapids. After that, Bourbon Tan, about 5 lengths from the lead, just in the shade of Just Ask Joel. Then we come back to Alley Cat. The gray is Yak, the one in last. Buckster Hooter, that one is 2-1 in favored as they corner. And the field is separated by 9 lengths, and up goes He Could Go All the Way and Luis Valenzuela. Spirit Mission and Kelsey Haar creeping through to the inside. Now they travel in perfect harmony, and in fact, Spirit Mission has grabbed the lead in the middle stages. Bonita Rapids lay 3rd, 2 lengths from the lead. Buckster Hooter out of last, wide, about 6 out of it. Still behind Just Ask Joel and Bourbon Tan. Then it's Alley Cat, and the one in last is Yak, 10 lengths from the speed. Spirit Mission ahead, re-engaging. He Could Go All the Way. Bonita Rapids getting a great trip if good enough. Buckster Hooter, 8 lengths from the lead, being ridden rigorously and needs to do much, much more. Just Ask Joel still in front of him. And up top, Spirit Mission, and He Could Go All the Way. They're locked in battle, and He Could Go All the Way has taken the lead from Spirit Mission. The lead is tenuous as Spirit Mission fights back diligently on the inside. Spirit Mission has reclaimed the lead at 6-1, and Kelsey has gone back to back. 3-7 photo for 3rd. They're racing. Tight beginning for Chocolate Ice Cream at 5-2. Pinched right back to last. Mr. Who at 9-1 pops out of the gate, showing some good speed. And now Side Street Dave comes zinging through just to the outside of Exeter, and 2 and 7 go 1-2. Exeter was in tightly just off the heels of Side Street Dave. Then we come back to Hatchet Creek to the outside of P Club. The 10-year-old Prominent about 5 lengths from the front to the outside of the 5 Sierra Hotel here from Louisiana Downs. 5 after that to the gray Unbroken Song, 2.5 clear from Cramden. After that, Chocolate Ice Cream and Seeking Refuge is 15 lengths rearmost. Into the far turn they go, and Side Street Dave trying to provide the winner, the rider with 3 wins in a row. Pressured by Mr. Who to the outside, and 2 and 7 have run away from Exeter. Exeter's to the outside of Sierra Hotel, then it's P Club. After that, Unbroken Song, 10 lengths from it. Hatchet Creek behind that one. Then it's Cramden. The 8-year-old Chocolate Ice Cream running into all kinds of problems far out of it. Side Street Dave trying to give them the slip. Between them is Sierra Hotel, and on the outside is Mr. Who. Exeter with Harry beginning to take off into the final football field. Exeter and Side Street Dave with Sierra Hotel. Here it is. Tight photo. Look like the one Exeter with Harry, but it's very tight. They're racing. Citrus Bay came out very sweetly. So did the bookender. Don't Box Me In. Ardenwood looks to win 2 in a row. Likewise for Seeking Splendor. They're all clumped together. And as they go around the turn, Don't Box Me In takes the lead from the outside barrier. Citrus Bay a narrow second to the inside of Ardenwood. And tracking them is Bayou Benny. 5 lengths from it. Same distance clear from Semyaza. Semyaza now joined by Seeking Splendor. And the one in last is Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, 10 lengths from the stablemate. Don't Box Me In, leading by 2. In second is Ardenwood. Bayou Benny creeping up to the outside. Citrus Bay back and forth, heading the wrong way. Then it's Semyaza, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck on the move. And Seeking Splendor is 8 lengths rearmost into the far turn. And now we have 3 astern into said turn. Ardenwood puts pressure on Don't Box Me In. Bayou Benny poised to pounce to the outside. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, 6 out of it, sole alone in 4th. Citrus Bay continues to do the moonwalk. Still nothing from Semyaza or Seeking Splendor. Bayou Benny jumps Ardenwood at the top of the stretch. And Bayou Benny puts those blue blinkers in front and runs away from Ardenwood and drifts out. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck firing at 7-1 on the outside. Ardenwood is re-engaging. Benny hanging around with a 2.5 length lead. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck is bearing down on him. Here comes Vinny in tightly with Bayou Benny, and it was a tight photo. And they're racing. line. Massive field off spectacularly. Criminal Record looks to steal away. Swanage showing good speed, and between runners is Off Ramp. And as they gallop in front of us for the first time, that's Criminal Record leading the way at 24-1, badgered by Off Ramp. Swanage can't get the lead today, about 4 lengths from the front and to the outside of Kalanicky, who claims third. Then it's a big gap, maybe 5 or 6 back to Good Mongolia, covering up the Gray Sky Cat, trying to extend a winning streak, and that one's 10 lengths from the lead because Criminal Record is going incredibly fast, leading it by 2. Then we come back to Good Mongolia, 2.5, 3 clear from Beyond Proper, 2.5 lengths behind that to Badger Kitten, purring along, 17 out of it, and still about 4 clear from Hurricane Hunter. Fall Moon is to the inside of If You Want It. Then it's Lindsay Luck, and the one in last is Maury's Joy. They're very, very well strung out into the far turn, and up goes Kalanicky, looking to win 2 in a row and taking the lead by 2. Criminal Record's lead has been usurped. Then it's Off Ramp. Swanage trying to sneak through on the inside, nowhere to go. Beyond Proper's making a smart move to the outside. The rider has the blue helmet cover, doing it wide, but 4 out of it, and behind that one is Badger Kitten. Then it's Sky Cat, and now they charge for home, and up on the lead it still is Kalanicky. Swanage trying to sneak through, can't get through, and falling into the lead is Beyond Proper. Behind that one is Badger Kitten, and on the outside it is Fall Moon trying to run them all down, but it is Badger Kitten purring at 14-1. And they're racing. Bad beginning for Honey Parade. Started in last. From the outside, Flying Business tries to soar away. Sweet Honor also is prominent. So is CC, the bartender, on the inside. And a recovering Honey Parade from last right up to third. Running right by Sweet Honor. Right behind them is Big Andy, a length and a half clear from Wildly Dramatic. Then it's a big, big gap back to Pearl Devine. And the one in last is Summer Lovin'. And the one in first is CC, the bartender, to the inside. But Honey Parade has gone from last right up to the lead. And Honey Parade takes the lead from CC, the bartender. And they come to the top of the stretch. Honey Parade leads it by 2.5. CC, the bartender, is next. And after that, we come to Flying Business. Big Andy's on the outside. Into the final furlong. Honey Parade shortening strides. Outside, Big Andy. Inside, CC, the bartender. Honey Parade still clear. Honey Parade from Big Andy, who's surging, but Honey Parade, Too Good, prevails. And they're racing. Perfect Start. Future Perfect handles the Perfect Start with a plum, and it's 8-1. It is Future Perfect grabbing a narrow lead. Justice Warrior and Lord Brancusi, they flash some speed. Myopic, that rider has the red color, securing the inside, and about 2.5 lengths from the lead. Same distance clear from No Slow Mo, and No Slow Mo is 7 lengths from the front and to the inside of Mr. Cougar. 2.5, 3 behind that to Class of 67, now joined by Yip Yip Kip, and that one's to the outside of Coastal Waters. That's the one next to the rail. And in last is Mr. Oklahoma City in his turf debut. 13 from front to back. They have 4 furlongs to go, and up goes Justice Warrior at 50-1. Justice Warrior slugs it out with Future Perfect to the inside. Lord Brancusi's behind them. Myopic looking for a place to go, and now Justice Warrior attempts to run away from the field. No Slow-Mo is angled to the outside, beginning to run on. 5 lengths out of it. 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Mr. Cougar. Behind that, Coastal Waters and Yip Yip Kip. And after that, class of 67, far out of it. And last, Mr. Oklahoma City. We have 5 separated by a length and a half, and they're charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Lord Brancusi bet down to 4-5. This Pretty Silver horse takes the lead from No Slow-Mo, and Lord Brancusi rules over the field. They're racing, and they've broken a line. Leslie's Gold all out for that gold at 6-1, and with a keen turn of speed, Leslie's Gold puts one on the field. Senor Bonbon is out for the chase, and on the far outside, Hypnotic Rhythm to the outside of Elusive Freud. Nacho S 4 lengths from the front. Dare a Big Dream is widest of all outside of Shinboro. Then it's Courageous Timmy and Braska's last, and Leslie's Gold is first, leading it from Hypnotic Rhythm. Moving into third, Dare a Big Dream to the outside of Senor Bonbon. Then we come to Elusive Freud. Nacho S has lost his spice, joined by Shinboro and overtaken by Courageous Timmy. And Braska's 12 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Leslie's Gold at 7-1. Leslie's Gold trying to steal away on this Shakopee Sunday. Hypnotic Rhythm giving absolutely everything and cutting into the margin, but it's still Leslie's Gold by more than one. Hypnotic Rhythm absolutely giving everything, but his best will be second best. Check that, her best is second best, and Leslie's Gold prevails. And they're racing, and from the 3 spot, Minnesotan Star of the North out of the gate in elite edge-like fashion. Star of the North blazing with a Rose and Wine. After that, Someone Said So. That one's to the outside of Medalla Match. Between them inside is Ellistown. Then we come back a length and a half, maybe 2 to Harking. Emerald Princess third last. My Crafty Gal second last. Get None last. Off the far turn, Star of the North trying to blaze a trail to the winner's circle. A Rose and Wine right there. Ellistown is behind them, securing the inside and attempting to take off with Medalla Match. Right behind that one is Harking, and up goes a Rose and Wine. Here comes Ellistown to battle it out with a Rose and Wine. Late charge from Harking, but it is Ellistown. Put a Q around the 10th.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast. We have no turf racing tonight. Main track fast, no turf racing. If you open up your programs, we'll go over the changes on this evening's card. We'll start in race number 1 with those changes. Race 1, scratch the 1, Chrome King. With the scratch of the 1, there is no superfecta in the first. Race 1, scratch 1. With that scratch, no superfecta. Race 2 is clean. And the final scratch on tonight's card, very light amount of changes, happens in race 3. In race 3, we're going to scratch number 6, Cupid's Crush. Race 3, scratch 6. The rest of the card is clean. No more scratches, no jockey changes on the remainder of the card. So work listed there in race number 4 for the 1 horse. 3 furlongs and 40.22 breezing. And a late rider change here. All right, that's it. No more changes. The rest of the card is clean. Up next today at the races, Angela Herman, Jeff Madey. We'll take you through the festivities here at the park, get you ready for another race week. We're back after 10 days off. Welcome back to Canterbury Park.
That's right. Welcome back, folks. Racing resumes at Canterbury Park after about a 9-day break. We held a little concert out in the infield, a 3-day musical, a little concert. It was quite an affair.
Concert.
Kane Brown, Gwen Stefani et al. Yeah, it was pretty good stuff.
Nelly.
Really good concert. But I'd rather race 10 out of 10 times, and I'm glad we are tonight. So welcome back after that break. I mean, it probably was deserved, and you talk with some of the trainers and the people working back there, and it's a little bit easier schedule. It gives the horses a chance to kind of refresh, reset, and come back and fire. And our average field size over the next 3 days is over 8, which is pretty incredible, considering we've had about a 7-horse average throughout the first 35 days of the meet. So that's fun. What's really fun, though, is the trial races tonight for the Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity with a $105,000 purse and the $68,000 Canterbury Park Derby. So we've got 5 trial races, 3 for the Northlands, 2 for the Derby. Possibly one of my favorite nights of racing at Canterbury, Ange.
I know, yes. The quarter horse expert, as everyone will tell you around here, is one Jeff Madej to my right. He knows these fields inside and out, and we bring you 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds for the Derby. Even though there were 2 trials for the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby, they're both very contentious, and those were very interesting to me. The Northlands brings in some horses that we don't necessarily know yet, and that's a good mix for handicapping quarter horses, where you get, horses that you see over and over through the season, maybe taking turns, figure out whose turn it is, and then the young blood, the money at quarter horses is at 2. So watching the Northlands Futurity trials getting set up for our richest race, the Northlands Futurity, it's an interesting puzzle. So I'm looking forward to that at the end of the night. We have 6 thoroughbreds to lead into that. But first, let's take a look at the standings as we left them off before going to Twin Cities Summer Jam. We'll start with the jockeys. These are the thoroughbred riders. Harry Hernandez is ahead of Luis Fuentes by 1 new shooter and an old face that we've seen in the jocks room. Last year's champion, Lindy Wade, 10 behind at the moment at 30. But I think that Lindy Wade has some possibilities over these next few days, and Harry Hernandez as well. I think Harry Hernandez is one that I took a lot more than anybody else on that list. I guess that's fitting. He is the leading rider, having an excellent debut here at Canterbury Park. Now moving things over from the jockeys to the trainer side of things with thoroughbreds. Joel Burnt still 2 ahead of Mac Robertson, but these 2 have had a nice volley back and forth at the top of the trainer standings, well clear of everybody else. But you can see, even though they have less wins, the percentages are very impressive for everybody below them. It's just a matter of how many horses Joel Burnt and Mac Robertson and Tony Rengstorff have started in comparison to those other 3. But another contentious race up top. Probably go right down to the end, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, for sure. When you look at it, I think they'll go back and forth. I mean, Joel, I think, has a target of what he wants to do for earnings, especially for Lothenbach Stables. He'll probably get there. And Mac Robertson, you never count Mac out. I mean, he always starts slow in May. He didn't this year. He started out very hot. So I think we've got a lot more to see from Mac. So that'll be a fun battle. And you're right. On the trainers with not as many wins, but also fewer starts, are super high percentage. You look at Broberg, you look at Diodoro. You can't dismiss any of their horses just based on that raw win percentage.
Yeah, they're picking their spots well. But since this is quarter horse night, and we are going to be bringing some of our quarter horses to the spotlight later in the card, we'll take a quick look at the jockey and trainer standings. Edwin Escobedo and Jason Olmstead team up an awful lot, and they win. And they are leading their respective divisions right now over Suarez Ricardo. Luis Valenzuela also rides for the Olmstead barn quite a bit. Mallory Norton in second with 6 wins. Brianna McDaniel is third right now with 3 wins. She is going to have a couple of her first starters and trial races coming up later tonight. Now, Asher Murray, a name that we know around here quite well, is Brianna McDaniel's father, and got her started out here at Canterbury Park. She seems to be carrying on that legacy very well. The very well-liked people around here, rooting for them later on in the card. But we got a chance to talk to Brianna McDaniel about what's upcoming for her the rest of the season.
Asher, my dad, he's a racehorse trainer. And, and then also friends, too. Tom McFadden was a big influence when I was young, taking me to Barnum, the Elysiacs, going up there, racing my pony. Mostly Barnum kind of got me hooked, and then the little pony race here, and it was over from there. I was like, yep, I'm going to be a trainer someday. So yeah, started off with some thoroughbreds and a couple quarter horses, and that was it. And Asher supported me, leased some horses, and I said, all right, I can do this, and here we are, still doing it. It's hard. It really is hard to make it, the expenses and stuff, but seeing these guys, and then when they win, it's so rewarding. Since I was 14 years old, I've been licensed here, but I've been coming here since I was a baby. I can't remember a day without Canterbury, I think. So thoroughbreds sometimes get a little bit more rambunctious. They have to train a little bit more. The quarter horses seem to be more chill, more relaxed. They take, this is a thoroughbred, and he's definitely demands treats. They all demand treats the same. It doesn't matter the breed. They all want the treats. So the horses, they're my babies. Just waking up every day to them is the best thing in the world. Delta Dawn, the best, she's cackling. The best dog on the backside, hands down. I think we should definitely have a vote and get her up. Maybe I'll bring her up front, make sure Paul Allen gets to meet her.
Pretty cool to see that next generation of trainers, follow in their parents' footsteps, because that's important. If we're going to continue this game, we need new blood, but we also need that next generation to continue, those that have those horsemanship skills. So Brianna's just starting out. You walk into a very, very difficult situation with Olmsted and Hardy already established, but she has 3 wins from 15 starts. That's pretty good. She's got some fast runners as well. We'll wish her the best tonight in those first 2 trial attempts, one in the Northlands trials, one in the Derby trials. Now, Ange, coming up on Saturday night, pretty important night here at Canterbury. It's the Leg Up Fund night. The Leg Up Fund was started in 2014, and it's designed to help to provide funding to jockeys who get hurt while they're riding here as they recuperate and make their way back into the saddle. We've had a couple of injuries already this season. Izzy Hernandez broke a wrist, and then Ruben Fuentes also was injured in a ride. So, it's important to raise money for these riders when they're hurt. And our owners, our trainers, and most importantly, our fans have all stepped up to help this cause. So that's going to take place on Saturday night. There's a raffle. You can buy a raffle ticket. In fact, you can do it tonight. Stop right down on track level and see the crew down there. You can get a raffle ticket to win a scooter, a super cool orange scooter. There's going to be an autograph opportunities, a silent auction. You can sponsor a bouncy ball race or just make a contribution. But come out and see the jockeys and support them like we do all the time. But this is a chance to maybe give a little bit back to these riders and help them get back in the saddle.
Yeah, very, very important night. And those raffle tickets are limited. So if you do come out and join us tonight and you'd like to get your hands on one, do it sooner than later. They will run out and you will lose your opportunity of winning that cool scooter down there. Of course, there are other ways that you can get involved, like Jeff said, but a very important cause and a very important night. That's Leg Up Night coming up on Saturday, July 30th. Now back to tonight's card. We got an anchor, hopefully, in the post-time pick 4. Remember, that is just a 10% takeout pick 4. And looking for 8, I hope, is the first winner on the card. It looks like he'll have pace to run down, and he stretches back out in distance. This horse went 6.5 a couple of starts in a row. He needs pace. He should find it in the first. It's a smaller field with Bigfoot City and Mrs. Beans look like they'll keep things at least honest up front. Looking for 8 has already established his love for this track, and if he can get back on track, this looks like the spot to do it. That's the play of the day in race number 1, looking for 8.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ange. We love that, and we need an anchor in that bet. Now, talking about betting, the handle has been up over the first 35 days, up over last year 10%. But most importantly, I believe, is a 23% increase in dollars wagered by those on track at the races. And that means that we're getting back into kind of that 2019 groove, right? When we used to have thousands and thousands of people here betting a lot of money. And, COVID, we were limited in capacity. We didn't hold the same events that we used to, like we're going to on Sunday with the Corgi Dogs. So those handle numbers, both nationally and locally, super important. Now, I know you love turf racing. Well, we're going to have to wait until Saturday. Yep. We have no turf racing until Saturday. That was by design. They seeded the turf course after we ran the last race 9 days ago. It's growing back. We're going to let it recover, give it a full 12 days off, and then we come back with absolutely loaded turf races. Like I mentioned, the Corgi Dogs on Sunday, and then, of course, we've got our pick 4 and pick 5 that we should remind people about because they start early tonight.
Yes. Due to the quarter horses being the last 5 races of our card, our pick 5 will begin in race number 2, and our late pick 4 will begin in race number 3. So horizontal opportunities abound in the early part of our card. Remember, the post-time pick 4 is 10%. The pick 5 is 10% in takeout, and they'll start in races 1 and 2 this evening because of the quarter horse trials that we have to conclude our card. Now, we have 10 minutes to post. The horses are out in the paddock for race number 1. Remember, our only scratch our one of 2 scratches for the night. The one Chrome King is out of this. No superfecta wagering. Kevin is going to take you through the pick 4 sequence and the paddock coming up shortly.
Thank you very much, Ange. Horses are parading around in the paddock for us right now, and there's a good-looking number 3, Twisted Dixie, with that braided mane, looking all fresh and fly. We're back here at Canterbury for a big race program tonight that features 11 races. The money coming in right now is all over the 2 Roaming Union. Carlo Lopez gets the call for the Diodoro barn. This horse has faced tougher competition. There's no doubt about it. The question mark I have is the last 2 efforts. Off at even money, off at right around 5-2, and really non-efforts. The drop-in class makes this horse a much, much bigger contender here. Not sure about the even money, but I understand the wagering. The horse does have some early foot from that inside post, should get a great trip. The 4 Bigfoot City is the speed of the speed. I believe if you look at the pace with Lara in the saddle, this is the horse that probably ends up on the lead. Here's the horse that I fall into. I fall into the 5 here looking for 8. Angela talked about this horse as the play of the day, and I looked at speed on the inside with the favorite. Bigfoot City, the 4, has speed. The 6, Mrs. Beans, also has speed. The pace to me feels like it's going to be quick. If that's the case, looking for 8 can sit back and make that one big run, which he is wont to do. He's been a popular horse. 4 straight claims here at Canterbury. That's a horse that clearly has some credentials. The horsemen here, the owners, the trainers certainly see something with this horse. I don't love the way the horse is warming up in the paddock, but I think as the horse gets on the track, we'll hopefully see a little more energy. Here you see the 6. This is Mrs. Beans. I think this horse rates a long shot. Look, I'm surprised they're not betting this horse. Almost 5-1. You get Lindy Wade. That's always a good thing. Really good-looking horse here in the paddock. And I think if the 4 goes to the front and makes the favorite, the 2 work hard, this is the horse that gets first run on looking for 8. And I'll tell you right now, that's as good a looking a horse as you're going to see in the paddock all night long. That horse wins the paddock parade for me. Mrs. Beans looking great right there. I'm on looking for 8. Here's the grid of selections from the experts here at Canterbury. Even though there's only 5 horses, you can see there's some separation here in the picks. Looks like a race where you can go a couple different directions. It starts that pick 4 that Angela talked about. Once we get the horses on the track, I'll take you through a very affordable $16 pick 4 ticket. And don't forget, get those pick 5 tickets ready early. That pick 5 much earlier tonight with those quarter horse trials. It starts in race number 2. Right now, down the bridle path we go, soon onto the track, and racing is back at Canterbury Park. Sir Leonard Dykert puts us back onto the track here at Canterbury Park. We get ready for the second half of our 2022 racing season. Welcome back, everybody. Here in the first, we mentioned no superfecta wagering. We do offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, no superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and that 10% takeout, pick 4. 10% takeout, pick 4. I'll have a ticket ready for you here in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. All right, folks, here's that pick 4 ticket, just a $16 investment tonight. I'm against the favorite here. If I get beat with a 6 or 7 to 5 shot, I'm okay with that on a cheap ticket. And I'm going to use the 4 and the 5. I think Bigfoot City is the speed of the race. I think this horse might be able to clear off on this field. And if not, I think the 5 is the closer that gets the setup of all setups here in the lid lifter right now at 5-2. In race 2, I'm going to spread a little bit. It looks like a wide open race. I'm going to use 2, 3, 4, and 5. My top pick in that race is the 4 Flash of Mischief, but I think the race is a little bit wide open. In the third race with the 2-year-olds, the babies, I'm bullish on the 9 here. Check Cash and Connie. I'm going to back that up with a sneaky long shot, the 3 Barbara Roloff. So I'll use a couple of horses there. And then I'll close it out with the 2 and the 6 and the 4th. Hope to be alive to Eyes Flying By. And the 6, Harmon Killer Brew. $16 ticket, 4 and 5 with 2, 3, 4, 5. With 3 and 9, with 2 and 6. Get those bets in now. The pick 4 starts in 4 minutes.
Three minutes, Pastor Mark. 3 minutes. There in the gate for the first. Looking for 8, 3-2. Roaming Union, 2.5 to 1. About set. And they're racing in the Julio Canani, though, Donde Está Hota Hota Classic. Bigfoot City fires out, so does Roaming Union looking for the lead. And Roaming Union goes roaming around the first turn, though, and takes the lead by a neck. Bigfoot City clings to that one, about 5 lengths clear from Twisted Dixie to the inside of Mrs. Beans. And the one tracking in last is Looking for 8. And Looking for 8 would have to win it from about 8, maybe 9 lengths out of it. Up the barn side they go with this Canterbury reunion off the week-and-a-half respite. And Roaming Union and Carlo Lopez gliding along decently. Pace relative, 2 and 4, continue to travel in perfect harmony, and now they have a half mile to travel. Moving up to third is Mrs. Beans to the outside of Twisted Dixie, and Looking for 8, still about 8 lengths out of it at 8 to 5 and favored. The quintet is off the far turn, and with 3/8 to go, Roaming Union is doing the moonwalk. Roaming Union's heading the wrong way, and up goes Bigfoot City. Bigfoot City takes the lead from Mrs. Beans. After that, we have Twisted Dixie, who just had to check, and Looking for 8, and Luis Fuentes beginning to charge on. And they come down the Canterbury Park stretch. It is Bigfoot City locked in battle with Mrs. Beans. Here comes Looking for 8 on the outside, still about 3 in arrears. Mrs. Beans and Lindy Wade in a battle with Bigfoot City and Zeke Laura. Bigfoot City came back and came up big. We had a claim in race number 1. Number 5, Looking for 8, claimed for $12,500 by Gabriel Silva, who is the owner-trainer. Silva wins a 2-way shake for Looking for 8. And in the winner's enclosure, Bigfoot City and Ezekiel Lara. The winning owner, Johnny Taboetta, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. 4653 official. Exacta and Trifecta paid $15 and change. The second race is about 22 minutes from now. We have no scratches or jockey changes. set. And they're racing in the Julio Canani, though, Donde Está Hota Hota Classic. Bigfoot City fires out, so does Roaming Union looking for the lead, and Roaming Union goes roaming around the first turn, though, and takes the lead by a neck. Bigfoot City clings to that one, about 5 lengths clear from Twisted Dixie to the inside of Mrs. Beans, and the one tracking in last is Looking for 8, and Looking for 8 would have to win it from about 8, maybe 9 lengths out of it. Up the barn side they go with this Canterbury reunion off the week and a half respite, and Roaming Union and Carlo Lopez gliding along decently. Pace relative 2 and 4 continue to travel in perfect harmony, and now they have a half mile to travel. Moving up to third is Mrs. Beans to the outside of Twisted Dixie, and Looking for 8 still about 8 lengths out of it at 8-5 and favored. The quintet is off the far turn, and with 3/8 to go, Roaming Union is doing the moonwalk. Roaming Union's heading the wrong way, and up goes Bigfoot City. Bigfoot City takes the lead from Mrs. Beans. After that, we have Twisted Dixie, who just had to check, and Looking for 8, and Luis Fuentes beginning to charge on, and they come down the Canterbury Park stretch. It is Bigfoot City locked in battle with Mrs. Beans. Here comes Looking for 8 on the outside, still about 3 in arrears. Mrs. Beans and Lindy Wade in a battle with Bigfoot City and Zeke Laura. Bigfoot City came back and came up big.
If you'll please direct your attention to the Mystic Lake Winter Circle, we're down here for a very special presentation. Groom of the Week this week is Rodolfo Torres. Racehorse grooms are the caretakers of the equine athletes, and although their work is often unseen by the public, they are crucial to the care of these racehorses and the sport. Each week, the Minnesota HBPA recognizes the work of the Groom of the Week, and Rodolfo is a member of the Mike Beeler team. He's a recent Canterbury Hall of Fame inductee, and Mike Beeler knows how important it is to have a strong team. He also realizes that a key member of his team is Rodolfo Torres. Rodolfo has been with the Beeler barn for 20 years. Since Mike is many times galloping horses in the morning, he appreciates knowing that his stable is in good hands with Rodolfo. He respects the intuitive feel that Rodolfo has with his horses and appreciates all the work that he's put in for the last 2 decades. For this and for everything else you do, Rodolfo, you are the Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week. Congratulations. Welcome back to the paddock for race number 2. We will stay on the main track for this one. 6 go to post in race number 2, and they will go a mile for this one. Very classy, experienced bunch. 47 wins collectively for this field of 6. We'll start on the inside. This one is Flat Out Winner. Flat Out Winner looked like one that would come from off the pace in a field that kind of had a lot of speed on paper to me. He comes off a third place finish behind Devil Vision. That was a big effort by Devil Vision that day, but you look 2 back more, and that's kind of what he's facing here as Tony's Tappet and Central Park both beat him on June 4th. That was at this level. It was similar conditions, and I think that he'll get a similar sort of pace setup. So if you're a super sort of person, maybe this is one that you could use underneath because he will be a good price, and he is right now at 3-1 or 7-1. 3-1 the price on the 2 Central Park. He looks to trade jabs again with Tony's Tappet. Got the better of him last time. That one ran third. This one came home very impressively by over 3 lengths as the favorite, but that was going 6.5. They'll go a mile today, which has not been a problem for this horse in the past. I mean, he's 10 for 22. Central Park is just a racehorse. He's a nice looking horse too. You can see him down here in the paddock. A little on his toes. He's a little warm today. It's not particularly hot out, but Central Park is a high energy, and he's ready to get back to the races, I'm sure. I took him second at 3-1. That's fair. I think he might go down from there, though. Probably about 2-1. 5-2 is what you could expect by the time they get to the gate. Dame Plata is currently 5-1, a very impressive record himself, 12 for 28 to be exact. A lot of that's been banked in the past, though. This horse hasn't run since May 18th. He is 6 now, so maybe just a little bit more lightly raced sort of schedule will work out for him. He is 3 for 4 this year. 3 of those races came down at Will Rogers. That last win came here in the 10,000 Lakes when he dead heated with the Alligator Hunter. That was a very game effort. This horse seems like to run up the inside, too, so watch for Luis Valenzuela to save a little bit of ground on the inside and try to make a late rally. Maybe he'll be a part of the pace, but this is a versatile enough horse where Luis Fuentes has options as to where he'd like to put that one early. 6-5 is the price on your current favorite, Flash of Mischief. That's just a couple of ticks down from his morning line. This one has been all over the place. You can see over the last year, Prairie Meadows, Saratoga, FanDuel, Remington, Delta, Oaklawn, Lone Star, Prairie. Flash of Mischief obviously travels very well, and he looks to bring his speed to the winner's circle at Canterbury for the first time. He's 6 for 18 lifetime. A lot of that work has been done around 2 turns recently, and Flash of Mischief is one that they're going to have to run down. That might not be a tough trick for Tony's Tappet. I mean, 5-1 is a fair price for him. I did take him in this spot to try to turn the tables on Central Park because of the presence of Flash of Mischief, because of Sunny Smack on the outside, and because of Dame Plata, horses that would probably keep each other honest on the front end. I don't know if they'll cook up front, but I don't think that they'll be crawling along, and that will benefit Tony's Tappet. Carlo Lopez is aboard him once again, and they won 2 back. They got a very game fashion over Central Park. It's not easy to beat Central Park in a photo, but they managed to get the job done at 5-1, a very square price on the board. Sunny Smack comes off the turf course for the first time in quite a while. He hasn't raced on the dirt since April of last year. That was the day he got claimed by Robertino Diodoro. Subsequently, has ended up in the Valerie Lund barn, but Sunny Smack hasn't tried this main track. He's only tried our turf course. He's done very well over it, and he's another versatile sort that can be on or off the pace. Right now, you get 11-1 on the field's long shot. 6 of them go to post in about 8 minutes. This is the start of our 10% takeout pick 5. That's a 50-cent wager. Among your other options are pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and supers. Kevin Gorg has come up with a pick 5 ticket. He's going to give that to you up in the studio coming up next.
Horses are on the track for our second race. In this race, we offer win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, a $1 daily double, a rolling pick 3, and race number 2 tonight starts the 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. Pick 5 starts in just 6 minutes. I'll be here momentarily from the press box to take you through a very affordable $32 ticket. Stay tuned. All right, Canterbury faithful, here we are from the press box with our suggested pick 5 wager for $32. Very small, affordable ticket. We'll start with this race right here. I see the big favorite on the board, who is my top selection. I think that horse is the most likely winner. I don't believe the horse should be 3 to 5. I think there are 4 horses in here that are prime win candidates. I'm going to go 4 deep. 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think Dame Plata and the 5. Tony's tapping right now offer some betting value. I'm going to go just 2 horses in the 2-year-old race, which is the second leg of this pick 5. I'll use a long shot, number 3, Barbara Roloff for the Rosine gang off that brilliant workout. And, of course, Mac Robertson scratches one of his 2 2-year-olds, so I'm going to have the other one on top, Check Cash and Connie. In the 4th, I'll use the 2 Eyes Flying By and the 6 Harmon Killer Brew. Then my single happens. It'll be my power play later. We'll get into the reasons for this single, but I like Calibrate, the 6 horse in the 5th race, a lot. I think the pace will be very, very fast in the front, and that is a stone-cold closer that's faced some tough competition. And then I want to be alive to the last leg of the pick 5, which I think might be the best betting race of the evening. I go 4 deep, 5, 6, 9, and 11. My top pick in the race is the 6 Awesome Emmett, who's a square 5 to 1 on the morning line. Looks like a very difficult race. 2, 3, 4, 5 with 3, 9 with 2, 6 with the 6 Calibrate singled with 5, 6, 9, and 11. $32. It's the pick 5. It pays hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. It's only a 10% takeout, the lowest in the industry. Then you can see on your television monitors the money that you're playing for tonight already. Well over $24,000 in that pick 5. Folks, you can't win it if you don't get in it. Get those pick 5 tickets in right now. Play mine, modify mine, or play your own ticket. 3 minutes to the pick 5. Good luck.
Julia Alexander to the petting zoo to claim your llama. Julia Alexander to the petting zoo immediately. Patience, child. It is now post time. Moving in line, a race dedicated to the memory of Sharon Johnson. We welcome Matt Madison to the racetrack. Miss Johnson and her husband Kurt ran SEJ Stables here a decade and a half ago, leading owners 3 times. Welcome, Matthew, and God rest the soul of Miss Sharon Johnson. And they're racing. Central Park looking to win 2 in a row. Pops out of the gate sweetly at 2.5 to 1. Dame Plata looking to win 3 in a row. The Minnesotan, the rich Minnesotan, is close handy. And to the inside of Tony's Tappet. Behind them, Flat Out Winner securing the inside and saving ground. Pace very reasonable. In fact, the leader, Central Park, doing it stylishly. Flat Out Winner, 4th, about 3 lengths from the front. Dame Plata has dropped back to 2nd last. And Sunny Smack is in last, but only 5 lengths from the lead. And the 6-pack on a steamy Wednesday in Shakopee heads up the Canterbury Park barnside, chasing Central Park and LAV. Clinging to that one, Flash of Mischief, Rye Eccleberry, a multiple leading jockey at Canterbury Park, multiple times that is. Tony's Tappet makes it a line of 3 into the far turn. After that, Flat Out Winner, Dame Plata, 7 lengths out of it, kind of spinning the wheels. Sunny Smack next to that one, and they're approaching the top of the stretch, and Flash of Mischief has taken the lead by an inch. Tony's Tappet with the blue blinkers outside trying to go by. Central Park set the pace. It was reasonable but not good enough as Central Park heads back to the barn, actually angling to the outside, still with a puncher's chance. Flash of Mischief the inside, Tony's Tappet the outside, then it's Central Park and Flat Out Winner. They're into the final 125. Flash of Mischief and Eccleberry slowly edging clear, and the People's Choice, Flash of Mischief, gets the money. Second official, $8.10 for the exacta, superfecta 9 and change, $8.30 for the first double, trifecta nearly $19. The third race is 22 minutes from now. No scratches. We thank Atomic Data, the preferred IT solutions provider for Canterbury Park. Also, Apple Autos, our official vehicle sponsor. Those here with ScanSource, Zebra Roadshow, welcome to the races. We have a deli sandwich shop at Canterbury. It's new and it's very good. It is called Bo Diddley's, Level 1, across from Cutwater. Get a deli sandwich, a salad, or another deli special from a local favorite, Bo Diddley's, now available at CBY. Into the winner's circle, Flash of Mischief and former Canterbury Park leading rider, Rye Eccleberry. Flash of Mischief is owned by Jerry Namey and the winning trainer, Carl Broberg. Given it's Wednesday, $5 night at Canterbury, we have $5 16-ounce domestic beers and $5 Bavarian pretzels. So enjoy. The third race is provided by Bud Seltzer, the official sponsor of Wednesday nights at Canterbury Park. They're racing. Central Park looking to win 2 in a row. Pops out of the gate sweetly at 2.5 to 1. Dame Plata looking to win 3 in a row. The Minnesotan, the rich Minnesotan, is close handy. And to the inside of Tony's Tappet. Behind them, Flat Out Winner securing the inside and saving ground. Pace very reasonable. In fact, the leader, Central Park, doing it stylishly. Flat Out Winner, fourth, about 3 lengths from the front. Dame Plata has dropped back to second last. And Sunny Smack is in last, but only 5 lengths from the lead. And the 6-pack on a steamy Wednesday in Shakopee heads up the Canterbury Park barn side, chasing Central Park and LAV. Clinging to that one, Flash of Mischief, Rye Eccleberry, a multiple leading jockey at Canterbury Park, multiple times that is. Tony's Tappet makes it a line of 3 into the far turn. After that, Flat Out Winner, Dame Plata, 7 lengths out of it, kind of spinning the wheels. Sunny Smack next to that one, and they're approaching the top of the stretch, and Flash of Mischief has taken the lead by an inch. Tony's Tappet with the blue blinkers outside trying to go by. Central Park set the pace. It was reasonable but not good enough as Central Park heads back to the barn, actually angling to the outside, still with a puncher's chance. Flash of Mischief the inside, Tony's Tappet the outside, then it's Central Park and Flat Out Winner. They're into the final 125. Flash of Mischief and Eccleberry slowly edging clear, and the People's Choice, Flash of Mischief, gets the money.
The 2-year-olds have come to join us for the first leg of the 50-cent pick 4. They're coming out here now when we got one scratch out of this field, but a crucial scratch she was. The 6, Cupid's Crush, is out of this one, so we have 8 going to post. And these Minnesota bred fillies will go 5 furlongs. We start on the inside with Miss Carmen Sebo. Looks like she wears a hood, and this one is going to start out her career from the rail. Her sire Escaper is 0 for 26 thus far at last check with first-time starters. She makes a good appearance down here, though, very much on her toes for this debut. Some good works leading up to this one, including that one on July 8th out of the gate. Thought I might give her this one, but Bravo is very good with his first-time starters that are min breds. 5 for 18 to be exact, 2 for 6 with the fillies. Just didn't like the rail draw for this one, but again, she looks pretty good down here in the paddock. Jo Mama Sassy next door has a start to her. She's 7 to 1 on the board. This one showed speed in there and kind of just backed up in the last furlong or so, but it was a muddy track, and she's very energetic as well for her second start. The daughter of No Never No More is again going to make her second start at just a tick lower than she went off at last time. She was 6 to 1. She might go down lower than that today. Barbara Roloff opened up with all of the money, and right now she is your current 9 to 5 favorite. Valenzuela will hop aboard for the Rosine stable. The only sibling to this one, this daughter of Stormy Atlantic, was 3rd in her first out. That was in Ohio, though. She was an Ohio bred. This one's a Minnesota bred. 11% for Stormy Atlantic, first time out with 2-year-olds. But the early money might speak quite a bit for this one, and she does look good down here in the paddock as well. 5 to 1 is the price on Anna next door. This is the selection of Paul Allen. I thought this one might like the turf a little bit down the road. She is the daughter of Animal Kingdom and a Tar of Rose, who does not produce a first out winner yet out of 3 foals. Animal Kingdom himself, 10%. There were 3 gate works that were faster that day that she went out of the gate on July 3rd. Not bad, not good, but again, I thought this one might benefit from a little bit more ground and perhaps turf in her future. Let Me Down Easy debuts with blinkers. This is a half to a horse named Stillwater Brown, who we've seen a couple of times this year. She was a $4,000 purchase at the sale, and the numbers aren't particularly strong on the bottom for first-time starters, but on top 15% for race day. And they're 2 for 19 in the stable with 2-year-old first-time starters. Maybe down the road. There are some pieces to go with that, though. They're 0 for 5 here with first-time starters, 2 thirds and 2 fourths. Let Me Down Easy is a good price on the board right now at 13 to 1. She does debut with blinkers, like I said. The 7, Grace Lace, was kicking up her heels a little bit back in the saddling stalls, but it looks like she settled down out here. She, too, has experience like her stablemate Jo Mama Sassy on the inside, but she showed no speed in that first start. Grace Lace right now is 18 to 1. 9 to 2 and 5 to 2 are the prices on the horses on the outside. And Sharpen does have that very valuable 2-start experience to her as opposed to 1 or debuting. She was 3rd last time around. She kind of ran the same race as she did at Parks, although that was only a 2-furlong race. She didn't really fall back and she didn't really pick up her feet. She just kind of ran at 1 speed. But if Sharpen does have that experience and maybe just a touch more to keep herself in touch, Sharpen very well could make some noise in this spot at a very square 9 to 2. Now she's 5 to 2. 3 to 1 on the outside runner. Check Cashing Connie, who opened up at 7 to 2. She was 1 of 2 from the Mac Robertson stable. Looked like they worked out of the gate the other day together. The other one scratched. She's left for it. Nicky said he's going to go for it. Look for some speed from the outside runner. The advantageously drawn Check Cashing Connie, my top choice at 3 to 1. We're 8 minutes away from this late pick 4. It starts here, and your other wagering options are pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and 10-cent supers. Again, note that the 6 is out of this one, but still a field of 8 to kick things off, and they head out to the track now. Stay tuned. The power play is coming up next.
Accomplished pianist and Canterbury bugler Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for the 3rd race, a cast of 2-year-old fillies dashing. Scratch number 6, Cupid's Crush.
All right, Canterbury faithful, Kevin Gorg up in the press box getting you set for our power play of the day. It's a couple of races away. It happens later tonight, race 5 with horse 6, Calibrate. Let's take a look at some things that stand out in these past performances. The one thing you'll see right off the hop is this horse has only won 2 of 16 career starts, but you go back in time and go back to when this horse was just kind of learning the game. Remember Essential Quality, that monster that ended up winning the Belmont, ran against this horse a couple of times. You can see that highlighted right in here. We're talking Breeders' Cup Futurity. We're talking the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. That's how talented this horse has been. As we move along in those past performances, 1 win this year, $109,000. 2 wins in the career, almost $200,000, including a second last time out in Iowa in a stakes race. The race we're going to go back to, though, is here at Canterbury back on May the 29th. And this is a horse, as you can see with the pointer here, that's all dressed up with nowhere to go. Let's let the race run here. This is the one horse. It's a crowded field. That's going to happen in a race like this. But what I see about this horse is the same thing we're going to see tonight, is this horse has what you need in a race like this, closing kick. Race 5 is full of speed. He's the only proven closer in the field. And so it takes a while for Calibrate to get out in the open. And right now you can see Tuco Bay in the all-welling jacket make the winning move. He finally gets out here. It's too late to win this race, but what I want you to focus on is the closing kick this horse shows. Now a couple of pops and off we go. This is a horse that loves, when he straightens out in the lane, to kick on smartly, and he finally started running, but it was just a little bit too late. Speed all over the place in race 5. Calibrate coming late to get us all the money. And now we'll head downstairs to Mel in the winner's circle. Come on down.
Hi, Canterbury Park. It's Mel in the winner's circle, and I'm here with Tanner, and he's going to be playing our Continental Diamonds Put a Rock in It. So Tanner will have 3 tries to throw these foam diamonds into our track announcer's mouth. So we'll see if he can do it. Do you have a good arm, Tanner?
What's that?
Do you have a good arm?
I think so. I think I'll do all right.
All right, we'll see about that. Here you go. Oh, wow. On the first try. You know what? You got it. You got to try again. You got to keep that going. Well, hey, 1 is enough. He's a winner. He's going home with a daily double pack. Thank you so much, Tanner. Do you have anything to say to PA?
You're the man, PA.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the press box.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Happy 88th birthday, Alice Mattis. Alice Mattis, 88 years strong, celebrating her birthday at Canterbury Park. They've reached the gate. It is now post time, and we would like to welcome racing fan Greg Fergus Kemp to the racetrack tonight. Last night at hockey, he reportedly accomplished the Greg Kemp hat trick, a goal, an assist, and a Mick Golden in the parking lot after. Welcome, Greg. Two-year-old fillies. Miss Carmen Saibo, wearing Mr. Dale's colors, has gone in. Sharpened, the Mattress Mac charge, getting a majority of the late win wagering, 2-1. Check Cash and Connie, 2.5-1. One of 6 debutantes in race 3. Off the turf tonight by design. Back on it very soon. Off the turf this evening to let it breathe post Twin Cities Summer Jam. Anna. And Check Cashing Connie, last in line. 8 in the gate, and here come the baby girls. And they're racing from the center. Grace Alace has speed. So does Check Cash and Connie to the outside. And between runners is Sharpened. Then the long shot, Miss Carmen Saibo, 5 out of it. Check Cash and Connie takes the lead, runs away by 2. After that, we have Let Me Down Easy. That debutante's beginning to advance quickly, and behind that one is Anna. And they're about 6 lengths from the front. 2.5 behind that to Joe Mama Sassy. Then it's Miss Carmen Saibo. And in last is Barbara Roloff. They have a 1/4 mile to go, and Connie's looking to cash a fat check. Check Cashing Connie and Nick Goodwin lead at 2.5. Inside it is Anna. Outside of that, Sharpened. Then we come back to Let Me Down Easy, whose thrust was short-lived. Check Cashing Connie leads it with 1:25 to go. And the firster is home and cooled out. Check Cashing Connie gets the money. 948. Nine, Check Cash and Connie first. 9:482 and a minute .64. It's not official. Third race official. The fourth race is 22 minutes from now. There are no scratches. Set forth, provided by Maker's Mark and makersmark.com. Into the winner's enclosure, Check Cash and Connie and Nick Goodwin, the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. And Check Cash and Connie is owned by Hugh Robertson, John Mentz, and Jeff Larson. This is a Minnesota bred filly, bred by Kurt Kindsha, along with Melanie Kindshu and Eric von Segern. Girls, and they're racing from the center. Grace Alace has speed. So does Check Cash and Connie to the outside. And between runners is Sharpened. Then the long shot, Miss Carmen Saibo, 5 out of it. Check Cash and Connie takes the lead, runs away by 2. After that, we have Let Me Down Easy. That debutante's beginning to advance quickly. And behind that one is Anna. And they're about 6 lengths from the front. 2.5 behind that to Joe Mama Sassy. Then it's Miss Carmen Saibo. And in last is Barbara Roloff. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and Connie's looking to cash a fat check. Check cashing. Connie and Nick Goodwin lead at 2.5. Inside it is Anna. Outside of that, Sharpened. Then we come back to Let Me Down Easy, whose thrust was short-lived. Check cashing. Connie leads it with 1:25 to go, and the firster is home and cooled out. Check Cash and Connie gets the money. 948.
One look was all it took for check cashing Connie. Mac Robertson, Nick Goodwin showed that great speed out of the gate and took them all the way in race number 3. Here we come to race 4, last leg of that pick 4. If you played along with us, alive to a couple of horses at some decent prices. Pick 5 off and rolling, and some great action the rest of the night. We have 11 races here at Canterbury, the final 5 quarter horse dashes, some trials, some really interesting handicapping puzzles. So let's make a little money, let's find some winners, and we'll go here now to race number 4. These are Minnesota-bred boys looking for career win number 1. So when you see maiden race, you have to know that a lot of these horses are still trying to figure it out and get the job done for the first time. So they can prove to be a little bit of a tricky puzzle. We do have a couple of horses taking some money, and it looks like a race where I think you're going to have to spread a little bit. If you can catch the trifecta or super here, you might get paid some decent money. We'll start with number 1, Sweet Analyzer. Carter gets in the saddle for Bruce Rieken, and Bruce uses this jockey a lot. He's a jockey that knows how to get a horse out of a gate because, like Luis Valenzuela, he's had success with the quarter horses. Inside post is tricky at 5.5. We'll have to show some speed, no doubt about it. But if you go back 2 starts, this horse ran second against a similar field. So if you're building a superfecta, this is one to include at 15 to 1. I love the price right now. A little surprised, almost double that morning line. I'm going to go with the 2 horse here. I like speed in maiden races, and I think Rye Huckleberry's got the speed of the speed with eyes flying by. Third time off the layoff, you get Jerry Livingston. That's always a good thing at Canterbury. You get a horse that probably deserved a better fate last time. This horse ran a bang-up race, got beat by Kovacs literally on the wire on a head bob situation. Should fly out of the gate. You saw Rye Huckleberry in race number 2. If you get this guy into a dogfight in the stretch, he can ride him up fair and square. Love the guy in the saddle. Love the 2 to get the lead. Eyes flying by is 5-2. Boy, the Steam team, a lot of them are on the 3 horse, and I get it. You know, you got Jay, you got Ange, you got PA, you got Midnight Royal, who ran a really nice debut back in June. They put the blinkers on. That's always, I think, a very potent move with maidens still trying to figure things out. The only question I had is, this horse debuted way back in early June. We're almost to August, and it's a Minnesota bred. Now, if all things are equal, this is the horse to beat, no doubt about it, but the layoff was the thing that I thought might have been a little bit of a concern. Has stalking speed, should get a good trip from right behind my 2. Number 4 is Arvu's Taboo. Carlo Lopez gets the call for the Westerman gang. Last seen on July the 13th. Ran a great race, too. Off at 5-2 against a similar field. Stalked the speed, took the lead, and then got beat by a length and change. A duplication of that effort, and this horse is absolutely included in the superfecta. How about 15-1 on Arvu's Taboo? 5 is Tap It Sam, moving up in class for Nevada Lippin off a huge effort last time against softer competition. Ran a good second, is in good form, and the barn seems to be going well right now. Very interesting horse indeed. 6 is Harmon Killer Brew. Constantino Roman gets the call for Joel Berndt in from the fairgrounds. They run some big-time races there. Remember, this is a Minnesota bred who's faced mainly open company. If they go quick early, this is the closer that's going to be rolling late. Keep an eye on the 6 in the stretch. No doubt the fans are keeping an eye on the horse at the window. 6-5 right now on the Berndt charge. And number 7 is Wildcat Hagrid. Harry Hernandez gets the call. This is the other Nevada horse who gets the attack post. Like the 6, likely sits off what could be a hot pace. And 13-1 with some good connections. Minnesota-bred maidens. To me, it looks like a wide-open race. To the fans, they're all about the fairgrounds interloper right now. Who do you like? Get your bets in. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Maidens coming up and coming at you next. Who did you see?
Hey, Lynn Dykert. Good job, Lynn.
Thank you.
That's our bugler. To the track for the fourth, the iHeart Radio Classic. 7 minutes.
As we prepare for race number 4, it'll start off in 6 minutes. We want to remind you of the Canterbury Concert Series coming up in actually just a few days. We welcome back our concert series from 2021 with an outdoor concert experience like no other. We have musical acts like Government Mule, Everclear, Anderson East, Melissa Etheridge, and more. Be sure to get your tickets before they're gone. Check out CanterburyPark.com for details and tickets to the Canterbury Concert Series. We also have Beer Fest coming up in August. Our Beer Fest is on August 13th on Minnesota Derby and Oaks Day. Beer Fest tickets include all beer samples, live music, and live horse racing admission. Participating breweries will include a variety of the best domestic, imported, specialty, craft, seasonal, and microbrew beers available in Minnesota. Check out Beer Fest details on our website as well. That's August 13th. This Sunday, we want to remind you that dogs are back on the track. The Corgi races are coming on Family Day Sunday. Prepare to see the Corgis take to the track in between live horse races. This sweet royal breed is ready to waddle across the finish line to glory. We have the regular Pepsi Family Day activities, including face painting, kids' crafts, and more. Check it out this Sunday. We start at 1 o'clock. We've got a few more thoroughbred races on the night, but the angle today is going to be a quarter horse. Now we have 3 trials for the Northlands Futurity and 2 for the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby, and that will be the site of the angle horse today. I think that it's a very contentious trial. I mean, both of them are, but especially the 10th, and that should ensure a good price on this horse. Captivate This. You see an 8-1 morning line on Captivate This. He's only making career start number 5, and we're going to take a look through the recent history, the 3 starts that Jason Olmstead has trained this horse, as he did start his career with Clint Crawford. Well, first things first, he broke his maiden very impressively at Remington Park. That was a game effort where he was in front almost all the way. He was 8-1 that day, floated out a little bit, but you can see the italicized names over here mean that they have won their next start. That flatters him enough, but then we're going to move along to the second race that he ran for Jason Olmstead, that being a trial on May 7th of this year for Derby. Now, Captivate This didn't have the easiest of runs, but he does get flattered by the competition that ran against him. We'll take a look at that chart from that May 7th race. This was at Remington Park. These are the horses that beat him. There were 6 that defeated him that day, but if you look a little bit closer at each one of them, you kind of can give him a pass for that race. Accurate, the horse that beat him. You can see his overall record up top here. 4 for 10. And all the recent lines, well, I mean, he's only 4 for his last 6. Pretty impressive for Accurate, and Accurate did come home a clear winner that day as the favorite. Nothing Like You, the horse that ran second. He's 5 for 10. He's 4 for 7 at Prairie Meadows, where he ended up subsequently. This horse just last week won an over $100,000 Derby at Prairie Meadows. Moving along down the line. Okay. Hallelujah Nights. Monte Rosa trains him. This one. 3 for 11, 7 for 11 in the top 3, 6-figure earner. That's okay. Now moving even further down the chart. First Cold Wave, 5 for 11. And then it leads us back to Captivate This. Even though he was 7th in that race, you see who he ran against. That's okay. We're going to look at the most recent start. That was his first up here at Canterbury. And there's a couple of important things to note about Captivate This. He was ridden by Escobedo. He was the favorite, and he was also beaten by another horse that ends up in this spot, that being 5 Bar Fantasy, one of the winningest horses at the entire meet, and who was undefeated in the month of June. Captivate This was favored against her. You can see him in the middle of the gate. This was pretty much over right at the start. Now take a look at the trip from start to finish, and you'll understand why I'm willing to give Captivate This another shot. Didn't break so well. Everything moves in on him, and then there. Clip seals right in the middle of the stretch, and you can't do that in a quarter horse race. Things were done for him for that, and you can see 5 Bar Fantasy coming home very impressively on the outside to come home for the win. That's fine. That's a lot of ground to make up, but that will ensure a price on Captivate This in race 10. Good luck.
In race number 12, Greg Alexander should be listed as a gelding. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Don't get shut out.
Hello.
Say, don't get shut out.
Do not get shut out.
Yeah. Your turn. Ready? Bet more, win more.
Bet more, win more.
Yeah. Everybody get up front, up close. And the horses have reached the starting gate.
It's race time. Get your bets in now.
Right now, because they're moving into the starting gate. And the last one in line is Wildcat Hagrid. And they're racing in the KFAN, KDWB, K102, Cool 108, Cities 97, News Talk 1130, Robbie Rosenhaus, iHeartRadio Classic. And popping out of the gate, his eyes flying by, showing terrific early speed at 8-5. Midnight Royal at 2.5-1. Midnight Royal is clinging to that one. And after that, we have Tap It Sam on the prowl off the far turn, about 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead. Arvu's Taboo beginning to emerge, but 6 lengths out of it. Then it's Wildcat Hagrid. Harmon Killer Brew is second last, and the one at the rear is Sweet Analyzer, having to unwind from behind. And they're coming home now. They come storming down the Canterbury Park stretch, and we have a big-time battle. Midnight Royal trying to dispose of Eyes flying by, and Midnight Royal is looking like royalty in race 4, and the iHeartRadio Classic goes to Midnight Royal. Number 3, Midnight Royal, ran first. 3, 2, 5, 1. Emily Scott to the petting zoo to claim your aardvark. And the 4th race is official. On to the 5th, 22 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. Oh, yeah. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Midnight Royal and Luis Valenzuela. The winning owner, Lamont Ninast, who also bred Midnight Royal in Minnesota. And the winning trainer is our leading trainer, Joel Burnt. Midnight Royal is a 5-year-old brown gelding by Midnight Loot out of Dolly Peach. And they're racing in the KFAN, KDWB, K102, Cool 108, Cities 97, News Talk 1130, Robbie Rosenhaus, iHeartRadio Classic. And popping out of the gate, his eyes flying by, showing terrific early speed at 8-5. Midnight Royal at 2.5-1. Midnight Royal is clinging to that one. And after that, we have Tap It Sam on the prowl off the far turn, about 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead. Arvu's Taboo beginning to emerge, but 6 lengths out of it. Then it's Wildcat Hagrid. Harmon Killer Brew is second last, and the one at the rear is Sweet Analyzer, having to unwind from behind. And they're coming home now. They come storming down the Canterbury Park stretch, and we have a big-time battle. Midnight Royal trying to dispose of Eyes flying by, and Midnight Royal is looking like royalty in race 4, and the iHeartRadio Classic goes to Midnight Royal. beginning to charge on, and they come down the Canterbury Park stretch. It is Bigfoot City locked in battle with Mrs. Beans. Here comes looking for 8 on the outside, still about 3 in arrears. Mrs. Beans and Lindy Wade in a battle with Bigfoot City and Zeke Laura. Bigfoot City came back and came up big. Was reasonable but not good enough as Central Park heads back to the barn, actually angling to the outside, still with a puncher's chance. Flash of Mischief the inside, Tony's tap at the outside, then it's Central Park and flat out winner. They're into the final 125. Flash of Mischief and Echoberry slowly edging clear, and the People's Choice, Flash of Mischief, gets the money. Connie and Nick Goodwin lead it 2.5. Inside it is Anna. Outside of that, Sharpened. Then we come back to Let Me Down Easy, whose thrust was short-lived. Check cashing. Connie leads it with 125 to go. And the firster is home and cooled out. Check cashing. Connie gets the money. 948. And they're coming home now. They come storming down the Canterbury Park stretch, and we have a big-time battle. Midnight Royal trying to dispose of Eyes flying by, and Midnight Royal is looking like royalty in race 4, and the iHeartRadio Classic goes to Midnight Royal.
Back in the paddock, we sail along on this beautiful summer Wednesday with the sun shining. Nice crowd on hand for some twilight racing. We'll do it again tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Saturday, and boy, that's been a popular race day at Canterbury with the 5 o'clock post. Come on out. We got great cards all weekend. Sunday, bring the little ones for Pepsi Family Day. And some great simulcasting this time of year, right? Del Mar out in California, Saratoga out east, and they run Wednesday through Sunday, so you've got some big-time simulcast opportunities. Right now, we got a big-time race. I'll tell you what, you handicap races like we we do, 67, 68 times a summer. Some races just kind of run together, but races like this are like a mini stakes race. This is a really nice field of sprinters. They're going to travel 6.5 furlongs. We have an overwhelming favorite, but we've got some depth to this field. Let's take a look from the inside out. We'll start with number 1, Weston's Wildcat. This horse had a 4-1 morning line set by a professional, and he's all heart. Like, he's all speed inside. He runs his race. He's got some grit to his efforts. If you go back and take a look at the past performances, 8 times on the Canterbury main track, 7 for 8 in the trifecta. That's not easy to do. Now, he'll face other pace in here, and that's going to be the question mark. Can the one-horse Weston's Wildcat stand up to the other pace? But you know what? He's in good form. He loves this track, and he'll be out there winging it. And I think at that price right now on the board at 14-1, if you're looking for a long shot with a chance, no doubt about it, this horse is that horse. Really nice value, no question. Number 2 is Bayou Gem. Lindy Wade gets the call for Gary Shearer. This horse, 3rd time off the layoff, probably looking for a fast main track. Both times this horse has run here at Canterbury this season, the track's been wet. So you get the fast, firm course tonight. You get a horse that's been facing some tough competition. Look at the interior fractions this horse has been running into. 21 and change, 44 and change. Should get a good stalking trip. Another one that's an overlay, 6-1 morning line up on the board at a gaudy 20-1. If the 1-5 gets beat, the most likely winner, probably outside of the favorite, falls into the number 3 horse, Magic Castle, Luis Fuentes for Carl Broberg. Now, we've got trainers of all varieties out here. We've got a great stable of trainers, but you'll be hard-pressed to find a better trainer at finding a horse, claiming a horse, and then winning a bunch of races than Carl Broberg. He does it here. He does it all over the country. He's an excellent conditioner. His barns win for size, and guess what? They went and claimed this horse for $25,000. It's a nice Minnesota bred, 3 wins from 5 starts. Has speed but doesn't need the lead. And to me, that's the key tonight. If this horse is going to survive what should be a very alacritive early pace, likely probably has to sit a little bit off the pace. Luis Fuentes is riding great all season, should get that trip, and looks like a danger at 5-2. Number 4 is Caucus Rules. Constantino Roman gets the call for Chip Woolley. You get a horse off an 81 Beyer speed figure for a trainer that won the Kentucky Derby, and you look up on the board right now and you see 17-1. It makes no sense. It tells you just how good this race is. Now, Caucus Rules has stalking speed, should get out of the gate in good order, should be in good position. But what I like about this horse is doesn't probably need the lead, can sit just off it and maybe make that move late in the race. And another horse that figures to be out there winging it early near that speed. 5 is Roman Farrell. Zeke Laura gets the call for Nathan Russell. 4 starts at Canterbury. Guess what? 2 of those were wins. New gelding here, off since September of last year, and a solid panel of workouts. How about that workout 2 back? July the 6th at Canterbury, 4 furlongs, 45-4 breezing. That is a real fast workout. We'll see if the Pharaoh can run to that workout at 12-1. Here comes Calibrate the 6, and here's the deal. I mean, win bet? No, I'm not going to make a win bet. If you want to key the horse in a trifecta or maybe single the horse in a pick 3 or a double, that's the way to play this horse if you like Calibrate like I do. What I see is this. I see a race loaded with speed. I see the best closer in the race and an extra half furlong. 6.5 to me is the separator. At 6 furlongs, it might be difficult because this horse really seems to enjoy those races at a mile or maybe a little bit longer, but he's just faced better horses. If you go back to the last time this horse sprinted, which was May the 22nd of last year, the winner was Aloha West. Aloha West would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint last year. That's the company this horse has been keeping. If the pace backs up, I think Calibrate can come get that money. I liked his effort last time in Iowa. I liked the workout since. And like I said, I think the pace is going to be real hot. And I think Calibrate is going to come charging late with my guy, Rye Eccleberry. Don't forget about the Bugler. I'm not talking about Len Dykert. I'm talking about the 7-horse. Bugler's done it before at a near 12-1 price back on May the 21st. Blinkers go on, attack post, and a really good jockey in Harry Hernandez. Super sneaky long shot. I will be mixing the 7 into that trifecta I talked about, keying Calibrate on top. I think the 7's a great value right now with Double H at 15-1. What a neat race. It looks like a small stakes race. Can anybody hold off Calibrate late? Will the pace be fast? Who do you like? We've got a Minnesota bred that they claim for $25,000. You might see that horse later this year in a stakes race for the big cash. It's race 5. The intrigue is everywhere on this gorgeous Wednesday night. You got to go make some bets. You got to cash some money. Get to the windows right now. They'll be at the gate soon as they head out to the track. We take the Bugler. Good luck here in the 5th.
Thank you.
Welcome back down to the Mystic Lake Winter Circle. It's time for a little game of Finish the Lyric.
Now, we have the Canterbury Concert Series coming up pretty soon, and you have an opportunity to win yourself tickets to Everclear. Now, who am I playing with today?
Kyle,
Where are you from, Kyle?
right here in Savage.
Okay, and do you consider yourself kind of a karaoke aficionado?
Sure.
What's your favorite song to sing?
Baby Got Back.
Okay, I don't think that that's in Everclear's cover catalog, but we can certainly try to work that in there if TV can cue it up real quick. Otherwise, you're going to be singing along to a song that's on the board, and you're going to possibly win tickets to Everclear. I think you'll be just fine. We're going to have to scoot over just a little bit here. All you got to do is finish the lyric once music gets cut off by TV. Pretty simple. Come on over here, take a look at the board, and let's go.
I will live beside the ocean, walk the world behind, catch up by the breakers, watch the world die.
It wasn't exactly the lyrics that we were looking for, but it's from the same song. You got up here and sang it. What do you think? Should we give him the tickets to Everclear? Yeah, I think you nailed it. Nice work. Do you have a pick for the upcoming race? And then I'll let you go enjoy your prize.
I'm going to go with number 6.
All right. He's a winner. He picks Calibrate, your even money favorite. You've got approximately 1 minute to bet it for the 5th.
there in the starting gate. And they're racing. Weston's Wildcat came out quickly. Likewise for Magic Castle. In between them is Bayou Gem. Outside of that, Caucus Rules has now taken the lead. And Caucus Rules goes on a roll at 19-1. And Caucus Rules has run away by 3. Outside of that is Bugler. Then we come back 2.5, 3 lengths to Calibrate. And Bayou Gem is to the outside of Weston's Wildcat, just about 6 lengths from the lead. And they zing into the far turn. And up top on the lead is Caucus Rules trying to pull a big upset, but now that one has been overtaken and seeded by Bugler, and Bugler takes the lead by a half. Here comes Calibrate on the outside, and Calibrate's making a move with a 1/4 mile to go. Up top, Bugler leads it by an ever-diminishing half. Behind that, Calibrate, Roman Pharaoh also making a good move on the inside. That's the one with the red shadow roll. Calibrate attacks Bugler into the final furlong, and Calibrate is on even terms with that 7. It's Calibrate and Bugler digging deep and fighting back gamely on the inside. Calibrate, Bugler, they hit it together! Too tight to call. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 6, Calibrate, in time. Calibrate, ridden by Rye Eccleberry for the 4 Wise Men and trainer Cody Rosine. Race number 5 is official. It was chalk all odds, and it paid 107.30. 107.30. Chalk all odds. Exacta 1150, Superfecta 61 and change. And race number 6 is 22 minutes from now. In race number 6, no scratches, no rider changes. There in the starting gate. And there racing. Weston's Wildcat came out quickly. Likewise for Magic Castle. In between them is Bayou Gem. Outside of that, Caucus Rules has now taken the lead. And Caucus Rules goes on a roll at 19-1. And Caucus Rules has run away by 3. Outside of that is Bugler. Then we come back 2.5, 3 lengths to Calibrate. And Bayou Gem is to the outside of Weston's Wildcat. Just about 6 lengths from the lead. And they zing into the far turn, and up top on the lead is Caucus Rules trying to pull a big upset, but now that one has been overtaken and seeded by Bugler, and Bugler takes the lead by a half. Here comes Calibrate on the outside, and Calibrate's making a move with a quarter of a mile to go. Up top, Bugler leads it by an ever-diminishing half. Behind that, Calibrate, Roman Farrow also making a good move on the inside. That's the one with the red shadow roll. Calibrate attacks Bugler into the final furlong, and Calibrate is on even terms with that 7. It's Calibrate and Bugler digging deep and fighting back gamely on the inside. Calibrate, Bugler, they hit it together. Too tight to call. We have a very special guest at Canterbury this evening. Happy birthday, Pam Gilbertson. Pam Gilbertson, happy birthday from your friends at Canterbury Park. Hey, before we head down to the paddock to analyze race number 6, the Chaser has a horse here for you. 2.5 to 1, and in no way thought Buckster Hooter was going to be 2.5 to 1. But we have a hot rider looking to win his third. Here with Buckster Hooter, let's begin here. He is 7 for 15 in the top 2 this tricky distance. All right, so the veteran ain't afraid of this distance. Secondly, I know Rye, like Rye Eccleberry now is trying to win his third. And I put the Chaser together yesterday having no idea that Rye was going to win 2, but now he's going for 3. Let's go I know Rye with Buckster Hooter. And finally, Buckster Hooter has been claimed like 5 times during his career. His only stint with trainer Carl Broberg, he's 2 for 2 with Bro. 2 for 2 lifetime with Carl Broberg, who has him back. So we're all over Buckster Hooter here in the Chasers' 6th race. Best of luck to you. We'll see what the analysts think when we head down to the paddock to handle race number 6.
All right, P.A., thank you very much. Chaser certainly has a big shot here. How about Rye Eccleberry? So good to have him back in the fold, riding at Canterbury, one of our all-time favorites up in the press box. And like I said earlier, you've seen it play out before your eyes a couple times. If he gets in a dogfight in mid-stretch, you better pack a lunch. That kid is strong in the saddle and knows how to finish a race. Got up with Calibrate there, literally on the wire. Excellent job by Rye. We'll see if he can get the hat trick here for PA's Chaser. 6th race looks like a humdinger. When I looked at the card 3-4 days ago to start my analysis for the racing week, this looked like one of the better betting races of the entire weekend, much less today. Full field, look at the speed figures. They're all pretty balanced. It's going to come down to the trip, and you're going to want to demand some value in that trifecta and superfecta. We'll start with number 1, Where's Jordan, from my good friend Dave Miller, the trainer. You get Chironis in the saddle, who's very strong in that saddle, and you get a horse that has a tricky post. It's no secret. It's 6.5 furlongs coming out of that chute. He's going to have to be creative. The good news is he's got a closer, so he can let the speed kind of do their thing. He can sit back. He's faced better competition. He'll be rolling late. Might be one of those horses to consider at a nice number in your exotic wagers. Number 2 is Leo Del Rio. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Chris Richard. The hood goes on. They put the blinkers on. That should signal some improvement. At this level last time, off at 27 to 1 and finished 4th. So hit the superfecta, and we've seen Kelsey Haar bring in some nice prices, including as recent as our last racing day. You forget that was 10, 11 days ago. She had a couple of wins on that card. She can ride them up fair and square as well. How about Fender Bender last time? Was the key to a huge pick 5 score for a friend of ours. We'll call him Brian. Fender Bender ran a big race at near 7 to 1. Has good early speed in a crowded field with Miguel Arroyo and speed. That's always a good thing. I think this horse is very sneaky, as is the 4, Bold Minister. Bold Minister loves Canterbury. Just 3 for 22 lifetime, but 2 for 4 winning races on this racetrack, and has faced much better competition. 2 back, they claim this horse for $10,000. So he's been facing better. He has a touch of stalking speed, and he's in a very good spot for victory here with Luis Valenzuela looking for his 2nd win in the saddle. I will use the 4 in all my exotic wagers, the tries and the supers. I'm punching that 4 all over the place. I think this is a very live long shot for Vic Hansen, another one of my good friends out here. 5 is the Chaser for Paul Allen. It's Buckster Hooter, the hot jockey Rye Eccleberry for Mr. Carl Broberg. Loves Canterbury, loves this distance, and has faced better competition. My only question is, will there be enough pace to set him up? He's likely going to be far off the pace. He is a closer, but at 6.5 furlongs, those route horses tend to do well. PA's charge is taking money, and that's always a good thing. My horse is not taking money, but you know what? He's one of my favorites. I've always liked this horse. I've cashed on him at a decent price a couple of times in his career. His name is Awesome Emmett. He's the 6. I just didn't see a lot of speed in the race. And I know one thing about Awesome Emmett. He can get out there, and he can run. And if you give him the lead turning for home, he knows how to win races. 60 career starts for the old guy. Guess what? He's won 10 of them. So he knows how to get the picture taken. Yes, he'll have to improve. Yes, others have been running faster lately. But I think Awesome Emmett's set to run a big one here at 11 to 1. Another 11 to 1 shot. This horse was bet down in the pick 5. 2nd lowest payoff in the pick 5. You've got to pay attention to some of that information. This is King of the Court off a nice buyer speed figure of 63. 7 career starts at Canterbury. 3 of those were wins. Should get a great stalking trip. No way this horse should be 11 to 1. He's going right into my exotics. No question about it. 8, Just Ask Joel. Zeke Laura gets the call for the Roberts gang. On the cutback. Looks like the horse wants to do a shorter distance. He'll get that chance here tonight. 9 is Yesterday monster year. Angela Herman's all over this horse. Won last time out against $12,000 claimers. Now cuts in half for 62.5. But that's kind of who Jonathan Wong is. He wins claiming races all over California. Now he's trying to do it in Shakopee, and he's winning at a high percentage again. So you got to trust it. And Harry Hernandez is his go-to guy. And I'll tell you one thing, the 9-horse makes a really nice impression down here in the paddock. 10 is Bobby Boots, Minnesota bred, with Lindy Wade getting the call here for Mike Beeler. 8 starts on the Canterbury main track, 5 for 8 in the top 3. Hasn't raced since late June out of state. 11 is my sneaky long shot. I've got this horse in the mix in my pick 5. It's Hatchet Creek, Jermaine Bridgemahan for Joel Campbell. Shipped in from Chicago and didn't want any part of that turf. Did not run at all last time. The good news is we're back on the dirt, and it's a route horse at 6.5 furlongs. I think Hatchet Creek could sneak in there at a price. Right now, though, taking money. 20-1 morning line, conspicuous at 9-2. Best betting race of the night, in my opinion, wide open. Sprinters here going 6.5. This is a race where if you hit the try or super, you might need to go to Home Depot, get that wheelbarrow to take all that money home. Whew, it's going to be a humdinger at the gate in 7, and then they're going to get it on.
Hey Canterbury Park, it's Megan in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle with our contestants Jace, Chet, and Maddox ready at the finish line to gallop to the Quick Trip Pump. So whoever's our winner and whoever slaps that Quick Trip Pump first is going to win a $20 Quick Trip Rewards card. Are our horses ready? Set, go! And they're off. Oh, what is going on? All right. These are some strong horses. All right. Looks like Maddox is our winner, and he's going to go home with $20 for Quick Trip. Thank you for playing today, guys, and be sure to stop by Quick Trip for all your gas station needs.
Still low. That's it. I'm sorry. floating, guys.
Still got 2 out. 2 out.
Hatchet Creek, last in line. And they're racing, and it was a good start for all. Leo Del Rio is the gray on the inside, flashing speed at 21-1. And outside of that, also showing speed is Yesteryear, attempting to win 2 in a row. And splitting them, Just Ask Joel. Right behind that trio leading the way is Awesome Emmett, now beginning to emerge and flash out of the crowd. Likewise for Fender Bender, trying to win 2 in a row. And there goes the veteran Fender Bender at 10-1 to vie for the lead. Outside of that is King of the Court. Behind them is Hatchet Creek. 3.5 behind that to Bold Minister. Then we come back to Buckster Hooter, 10 lengths out of it. Where's Jordan is second last. And at the tail is Bobby Boots. They approach the top of the stretch, separated by 15. And round about the quarter pole, Yesteryear widest of all. Yesteryear circumnavigating to the lead. Next to the rail is Just Ask Joel. Fender Bender still in the mix. Then we come back 5 to King of the Court, to the outside of Leo Del Rio, and Buckster Hooter is nowhere to be found. Into the final football field, and up top, Yesteryear slugs it out with Just Ask Joel. Are you kidding me? 70-1! Just Ask Joel. Just pay the believers. Photo shows 8. Just Ask Joel first at 70-1. One of the, if not the, longest shots to win a race in the history of Minnesota horse racing. 8-9-5-3. And race number 6 is official. Massive payoffs up and down. 50-cent trifecta, $1,352. 10-cent superfecta top 4 finishers, 1,118. Double paid 146. The pick 3 from race 4, 228. The pick 4, all 4, 879. Into the winner's enclosure, it is Just Ask Joel and Ezekiel Lara. Couple of victories today for Zeke. The winning owner, Jimmy Roberts. The winning trainer, Joe Blair Roberts. That mutual payoff of $162 for a $2 win wager is the highest in the history of Canterbury Park or Downs, breaking the previous record set July of 2015 by Congregation, who paid $161. $162 for a $2 win wager on Just Ask Joel, the longest shot to win a race in the history of Canterbury Park or Downs. Two claims in race number 6. Number 4, Bold Minister, goes to trainer Chris Richard for owner Jason Totarum. And number 6, Awesome Emmett, to Matt Williams for Dennis Gilligan and John Smales. Pick 5 paid $24.64. And they're racing, and it was a good start for all. Leo Del Rio is the gray on the inside, flashing speed at 21-1. And outside of that, also showing speed is Yesteryear, attempting to win 2 in a row. And splitting them, Just Ask Joel. Right behind that trio leading the way is Awesome Emmett, now beginning to emerge and flash out of the crowd. Likewise for Fender Bender, trying to win 2 in a row. And there goes the veteran Fender Bender at 10-1 to vie for the lead. Outside of that is King of the Court. Behind them is Hatchet Creek. 3.5 behind that to Bold Minister. Then we come back to Buckster Hooter, 10 lengths out of it. Where's Jordan is second last. And at the tail is Bobby Boots. They approach the top of the stretch, separated by 15. And round about the quarter pole, Yesteryear widest of all. Yesteryear circumnavigating to the lead. Next to the rail is Just Ask Joel. Fender Bender still in the mix. Then we come back 5 to King of the Court, to the outside of Leo Del Rio, and Buckster Hooter is nowhere to be found. Into the final football field, and up top, Yesteryear slugs it out with Just Ask Joel. Are you kidding me? 70-1. Just Ask Joel. Just pay the believers.
not sure if we'll see something like that as far as dancing and singing. Probably definitely not in my lifetime, or maybe ever again. He was, he was, one of the few people I think I would have met and been actually like starstruck, I think.
We'll just go with the same as last year, Morgan Wallen.
Adam Levine. I mean, I like the way he sings.
Bad Bunny. His music, I don't know, it gives me energy. When I wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning on my way to the track, like, I just put Bad Bunny's music and I get hype.
George Strait or Dwight Yoakam.
Eminem. I think he's a really good rapper. And I think it's the only rapper I can understand what he's actually saying.
Silvestre Dangond.
I love the Killers. They're just a great band. Also, lots of good memories from high school. I love Michael Bublé because he can sing so very different styles.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman up in the press box, still stunned from what we saw in race number 6. 79-1 with Zeke Laura. Ange, we watched that race together up top here, and it looked like a wide open race. It looked like there could be some chaos, but I never saw that 8 winning.
I know, and I didn't see him on the lead, but strange things happen with horses that aren't as consistent at that level. Sometimes they're up front, sometimes they're behind. I mean, Leo Del Rio was on the lead too. Didn't see that happening, but there's a reason that they're that level. They're not consistent. They're not always the most reliable as far as styles. And sometimes, boom goes the dynamite, and you get a 79-1 shot on top.
Yeah, if you had it, congrats. That pick 5 paid almost $2,500, and it was a lot of favorites, and then one bomber at the end. Now we've got 5 consecutive quarter horse races. Angela and I are going to kind of duel our way through this. And this first race, Ange, one of the better betting races in this quarter horse sequence. It's one of the trials. It's 350 yards. I don't think we're going to see anybody below 2-1 here. Do you?
I would very much doubt it. I mean, if we are, it's probably going to be this leg with a lot of ooh-la-la, and she is 2-1 at the moment. But this is the first of 3 trials for the Northlands Futurity, and there isn't a lot of experience to be found at this juncture with a lot of these going 350. Some of them we'll see along the way. I've tried it before, but they might only have 1 or 2 starts at the distance, and that gets to be a little bit testing for horses who are just trained for speed right out of the gate. We're going to probably find an upset somewhere along the way. I thought it might come in the Derby trials rather than these Futurity trials. Mm-hmm. But I know that you and I landed on a lot of ooh-la-la for victory in the MQHRA Futurity. But if you're going to make an exacta with this horse, because she will probably be your favorite, I'd say 2-1, 5-2 would be the predictable price. Who would you use underneath her?
Well, I'm a big Jeff Madej guy when it comes to the quarter horses, and we were just talking with Jeffrey up here, and he likes the 2, Charlie's Politician, and I can see it. This is a horse that's lightly raced, 2 career starts at 2 very good quarter horse racetracks, and looks like there's some upside there. You get right now double-digit odds. You get 10-1, so if I'm doing exotic wagering, I'm absolutely going to mix in the 2. I do like a lot of ooh-la-la a lot. She's improved every single start. How about you give us somebody maybe off the reservation, so to speak, when it comes to the betting right now that might be sneaky for the try or super?
I was actually going to say Charlie's Politician, just for the reasons that you outlined, but also in watching those 2 races back, his first start was better than it even looks on paper. She's the One is an Olmsted trainee who ran excellent that day, but kicked some dirt in the face of this horse. Not often you get a lot of dirt in the face for quarter horses, but that's how far ahead she was about halfway through the race. Charlie's Politician ran well in defeat and ran well again at Ruidoso in defeat. And I believe that some of the horses that were ahead of him have won since that time. I can't remember exactly. He was in the 10 hole that day, but he was still coming on at the end, just kind of ran through the middle of the field. But if you're going to give me 10-1 versus 2-1 on these two, I'm definitely taking 10-1 on Charlie's Politician. Now we'll see how the posts play in here, because there's a couple of nights that we've had where the rail was really good, including when Vio's Candy Prince drew the outside hole and debuted. Obviously that didn't go so well, but if you're looking for something else as far as a price, that horse on the inside I think has a bit of talent to him, but didn't land on the right part of the track in his debut. He was 19-1 that day. Currently he's 12-1, but I believe that there's more than he's shown thus far from this Ed Ross Hardy trainee. Sometimes they need a start or two to get going, and this horse probably could provide good value, even if you don't like him on top, underneath in tries and supers.
Yeah, I like that. That's a sneaky tout. You get Ed Ross Hardy at a price. So you can see the horses now all behaving very well down in the paddock. What a great betting opportunity these quarter horse races could provide for you. We've still got that rolling pick 3. Wide open race here. Ange and I are both on the 6. A lot of ooh la la. Both the 1 and 2 look like sneaky long shots to use underneath. They'll be at the gate in around 8. Right now they head down to the bridle path and onto the track. Soon we get Len Dykert and the call to the post. Good luck. Get your bets in now and enjoy 5 straight with the Qs.
Beautiful. Our bugler, Lynn Dykert, brings them onto the track for the first Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity trial race. Now, for the next series of races, these quarter horses are running against the clock, hoping to qualify for the August 10th Northlands Futurity with a purse at $105,000. Best of luck to all of the connections, and the first trial takes off in 5 minutes. TVW on the move. It is now post time for the 7th, the first Northland Futurity Trial. Once again, they are racing against the clock, hoping to qualify for a $105,000 quarter horse race August 10th. And the last one to load is Waymaker. Relentless Okie, 7-5. A lot of ooh la la, 8-5.
No.
And they're racing. First trial came off well for everybody save the 5. Great beginning for Charlie's Politician. In the center, Relentless Okie is relentless. Between them, a lot of ooh la la. A lot of ooh la la. $6,249 is official. Final time 17.98. The 8th race is 20 minutes from now. It is another Northland Futurity Trial. No scratches. To the winner's enclosure, a lot of ooh la la. And Stormy Smith for Leon Glasser and trainer Mallory Norton. And they're racing. First trial came off well for everybody save the 5. Great beginning for Charlie's Politician. In the center, Relentless Okie is relentless. Between them, a lot of ooh la la. A lot of ooh la la. Ladies and gentlemen, a scratch here in the 8th race being announced for the first time. Scratch number 9, Shine on Piloto. Refunds for win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and double wagers involving set 8. Pick 3 wagers, head to the starting favorite, and there will be a consolation double paid to number 9 from the winner of race 7, A Lot of Ooh La La. Race 8, scratch number 9.
Back in the studio, Angela Herman along with Kevin Gorg here to take you through the second of 5 quarter-horse dashes. A Lot of Ooh La La was co-favored at 6-5, and Ange, it wasn't easy, but the horse sure showed talent, keeps getting better.
Yes, she does, and she once given a clear path, she takes off. I mean, she's got really good acceleration down the stretch. I mean, all the top 3 finishers in there, I think, would be no surprise if they came up and won the Northlands. But I guess we see what the last 2 have to offer. That's getting ahead of myself a little bit. But A Lot of Ooh La La has been very impressive, both in her pop out of the gate and her willingness to overcome adversity at such a young age. So now we move on to race number 8. We have a crucial scratch in here. Let's take out the outside horse, Shine on Piloto. That was my top pick in here. I scratched into the 2, which everybody seems to have. You know, I love scratching into 1-5s, but
well, as long as you scratch into the winner, it doesn't matter. And I think that time that we just saw was relatively fast. So again, as Paul Allen adroitly pointed out when we started this, these horses are racing against the clock, not each other. And so they want to be one of the fastest qualifiers. They want to come back August 10th for the big money. And A Lot of Ooh La La set that bar pretty high. And with the scratch of the 9, who figured to be one of the couple of favorites in here, Olmsted Escobedo out of the race, to me, it really changes the complexion. I think the 2 is going to be really tough to beat. It's Ed Ross Hardy, a name we're all familiar with here at Canterbury for years. So good with the quarter horses. He's a Hall of Famer. And this gelding's undefeated. 2 starts at 2 different tracks. And to me, Angela, that's the separator. This horse debuted at Remington in Oklahoma, won comfortably, went to Iowa and validated that. I love a horse that can travel and win.
Yeah, yes, doesn't need to take the track with him, doesn't need to take a certain distance. I mean, 330 is not always the easiest to start out at, but this horse handled it like a champ, pops the gate and keeps on going. One Fabulous Miracle had a lot of things going for him. I tried to pick against him because I was really impressed with the debut of the outside runner, but scratching into this horse, it just makes all the much more sense. Kind of like we talked about in the last race, thought A Lot of Ooh La La would take a ton of money. She did, but you have to find a way to get around this horse in the verticals or pass completely on them. I mean, One Fabulous Miracle could be a single in this pick 4. We remind you we do have a quarter horse pick 4 that starts in this race, and if you don't single this horse, you got to use a lot of options to try to beat him. But one of those that I thought, I mean, you can see it up on the board right now, was Paul Allen's pick, Davila. That's now the outside runner. 2 third-place finishes. The second one at Prairie Meadows was very well bet and only came up 3/4 of a length short. There hasn't been much standing in the way of Davila, and she's still 0 for 2, but she's serviceable enough as a sort of vertical player, I thought. And right now she's 9-1. Everybody is going to be a huge price because all the money is going to the 2. But if not her, if not the 2, then where do you go?
I go to the 3. I am licking my chops to get to the betting window here on this horse if it stays at double digits. I'm getting Olmsted. I talked to you and Jeff a couple hours ago about the jockey, Triana, one of the better quarter horse jockeys in the Midwest. I get a horse that's completely on the improve. Look at that. Like we saw with a lot of ooh la la, each start getting better and better and better. I think the 3 is a value right now. I think the 3 has a little pop out of the gate. I think the 3 is going to be a problem here at a big price, so I like that horse a lot.
He flies out of the gate. I question 350 with Southward Rocket. I think maybe as time goes on, maybe he'll be better going longer, but at this juncture, I would prefer him at 300 or 330. No, it's not the case for the one Stevie B. I will say throw this horse in. I know that you have him third, but Stevie B is one who I think will appreciate all of the distance that'll be given to him down the road. I mean, he ran his race in his debut. He was third best, but I thought he'd be able to build on that one with a little bit more distance. And Brianna McDaniel is going to start out Stevie B. She has Cynthia Besser's horses, and she's done a great job with them. Stevie B was well prepared in his first start, and he only lost by a neck. If you're going to get 13-1, maybe consider throwing this horse into some of your exotic plays. If you like him enough to use him in a pick 4, great value there, but it is awfully hard to get around the 2. I just kind of had to tip my cap and move along.
Yeah, I think this might be a single for a lot of people in the pick 4. And don't forget, as Angela mentioned, quarter horse pick 4 starts right now. And that quarter horse pick 4, if you can get an upset along the way, could really be a juicy one. You don't want to get shut out. Maybe a single the 2, maybe a spread. I might do a couple of tickets. Single the 2-on-1 ticket. I might add the 1 and 3 along with PA's 8 on my backup ticket, because after this race, I don't see any odds on favorites. The quarter horse races look very competitive to close the card. It's race 8, the second of 5 Qs, and the first of the quarter horse pick 4. They'll be at the gate in 8. Get your bets in now, and by God, don't get shut out.
So soothing, Sir Leonard Eichert. Scratch the 9. The second Northland Futurity Trial. Time to catch, 17.98. Good luck. It is now post time. Post time for the 8th. Moving in. One Fabulous Miracle, favored every click of the way, has gone into spot 2 with Bonifacio Quiros. 8 in the gate, and here they are. They're racing. One Fabulous Miracle broke awkwardly, and Southard Rocket gets the jump on the field. Outside of that, Hot Politician Z and Davila surging home fast on the outside. One Fabulous Miracle now finds the feet, but it's too late because the 8 was great. Number 8, Davila first. 8.523. The final time, 18.02. In the winner's circle, the victorious Davila and Luis Valenzuela. The winning owner, Tom Maher, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. Ninth race, the final of 3 Mystic Lake Northlands Futurity Trials. No scratches, no rider changes. 20 minutes from now, race 9. The top qualifying time for the Northlands Futurity, August 10th, 105 grand. Still belongs to a lot of ooh la la at 17.98. They are. They're racing. One Fabulous Miracle broke awkwardly, and Southard Rocket gets the jump on the field. Outside of that, Hot Politician Z and Davila surging home fast on the outside. One Fabulous Miracle now finds the feet, but it's too late because the 8 was great. Ladies and gentlemen, horsemen on TV monitors and the big screen in the infield, the current top 10 times for the $105,000 Northlands Futurity, August 10th.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman back with you as the pick 4 for the quarter horses starts with a nice long shot tab by our track announcer, Paul Allen. 8-1 horse, and really, if you watch back the replay, it looked like the winner the whole way.
Yeah, I mean, an 8-1 that ran like an 8-5. She ran awesome, and Davila finally puts all the pieces together. First 2 starts were promising, but man, something about Canterbury, maybe that outside post, maybe everything, really showed off her stuff in that 8th race. Now we have one more trial for the Northlands, a couple more for the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. I liked a little bit of a price in here. Right now I'm getting 5-1, but everybody in the world is on the horse just to the inside of mine, that being my Candy's Relentless. Tell me why this horse will not lose as the 2-1 favorite.
Well, I mean, this is one of those races, too, where I didn't see anybody being an overwhelming favorite. And, right now, lukewarm favorite is, I guess, what I'd call it. But, this is Olmsted and Escobedo. I think the bettors here in Shakopee throughout the summer have been beaten down by these two, and they win at a high percentage. So I think in a race like this, where really, if you look at the speed index numbers, if you look at the careers of these horses, which are very limited, it's the easy way out. I don't think it's going to be a 6-5 favorite come post time at all. It's still a horse that's a maiden. 0 for 4 so far, but again, the connections are really tough to get around. This filly looks like she's got some talent. She ran second at 33-1 last time in a $61,000 stakes race, so seems to be peaking at the right time. And I think your earlier, analysis was good. Outside seems to be a good place to be. We've seen nights where the inside was good with these quarter horses. In general, I migrate towards the outside, and that's where this horse lands. So I think the 7's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think she will be too. She comes out of very fast races too. Both her trial and the final race for the MQHRA Futurity were quick, and she came out of that quick trial where she was beaten by Beep Beep Rev Rev and a lot of Ooh La La, who eventually went on to win the final. She seems a little one-pace to me. I think that she'll love all the distance that they give her, but she doesn't seem to kick. So I was looking a different direction, and I used this filly in second. So I went just to her outside with Reloaded with Corona. The Crawford Barn brings this one up with 3 starts in tow, and he ran excellent at first asking. I mean, he really ran well in that debut. Kind of regressed a little bit, but then you can excuse a couple of futurity trial runs. He ran against really nice horses, including Tellerima Eagle. I think Tellerima Eagle is either graded stakes place or is a graded stakes winner now. No real loss and defeat with that one. He was only beaten 3 1/4 lengths. It's not like he lost by the length of the stretch. Reloaded with Corona, lands in the right spot, and I think that he could provide some value. Right now he is 5-1. I did take a look at the outside runner too, Elegant Dynastia, if you want to call her that. She made her debut up here, didn't break very well, and it was over at the start. I think that if you go 2 back, you could make more of a case for this horse. I know that Paul liked her last time, but again, blew it at the start. So if you're willing to dismiss that one, she fits as well as anybody and did draw the outside post. But you go further inside, I believe, when taking some underneath numbers. Maybe none of that. Blue by You is the pick of Brian Aragoni. Jet and Jetta on the inside has faced off against some of this competition in the past, and in fact won one of the trials for the MQHRA Futurity. Where do you go?
I thought it was a 2-horse race, and I have the 8 second, you have the 8 on top. So I'm going to box the 7 and 8 in my exacta. That's going to be my key to this race to making money. I might key those 2 on top in a trifecta. I do think a couple of horses are worth a look. You mentioned the 1. I'll mention the 5. The other Olmsted with Valenzuela. I thought that horse last time, maybe it was the mud, maybe it was the horse finally figuring things out in career start number 4, but I like the way the horse popped out of the gate, has some speed. I'm a little leery of the 350 yards, but I think none of that will be out there winging it and near the front out of the gate. If the horse gets out clean and can get a really good jump on some of the favorites, I think the 5 is worth mixing in, but I think it's a 2-horse race. I think it's the 7 or the 8. That's where I am going to key my exotic wagers. I'm with you on this one.
Okay, fair enough. That's how most of us, I think, see it. 7 and 8, the main 2 contenders in this final trial for the Northlands Futurity. Again, keep an eye on the clock. After this, we will have a list of the horses that make the cut for the final. Here's the grid up there, 7-8, 7-8s all around, some 5s and 9s sprinkled in. A lot of us seeing this final trial the same. You have 8 minutes left to bet this one. We will find out who our final group is going to be for the Northlands Futurity. They head out to the track now.
It's post time for the 9th, the final Northlands Futurity Trial. 17:98, the top time.
Grab a hold of them, pack them.
It's a big spot race. August 10th, 105 grand.
Get out there and help them pack it.
Where's Texas?
Alex, come on.
Moving in, Sands Beverly Jr.
Come on, guys. Push. Come on, Ronnie.
Starting gate team coercing.
Keep pushing.
Starting gate team winning. Horse in.
Still off. Rider off.
Beverly Jr. joins. Now, Catabuse.
Still off. Tail the 9, y'all. You on? Yes, sir. We're on.
Bob Bar Dreamer goes in. Catabuse. Hey, in the gate. They out of the gate. Decent start for all. Sands 4 and 3. Inside, Jet and Jetta came out nicely, and so did Blue Bayou. From the center, My Candy's Relentless, and outside of that, Reloaded with Corona. Take a peek at that 7 with the 1. They're in a tight photo, but it looks like My Candy's Relentless. Sweet. Photo finish. Final time, 18.09. The numbers. Seven, 1, 8, 9. The ninth race is official. My Candy's Relentless was ridden to victory by Edwin Escobedo, the winning owner, Tom Maher, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. The Wednesday penultimate is 19 minutes from now, and the next two, they race against the clock for the $68,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. Good luck to the connections. And coming up shortly on TV monitors, the 10 qualifiers for the $105,000 Northlands Futurity. In the gate. They out of the gate. Decent start for all. Sands 4 and 3. Inside, Jet and Jetta came out nicely, and so did Blue Bayou. From the center, My Candy's Relentless, and outside of that, Reloaded with Corona. Take a peek at that 7 with the 1. They're in a tight photo, but it looks like My Candy's Relentless. Sweet. On TV monitors, the 10 qualifiers for the $105,000 Northlands Futurity. It's August 10th. Best of luck to the connections. A lot of ooh la la, the top time qualifier.
Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg with you to take you through the late daily double. And, this is one of those formful races, Ange, where the favorite gets the money. And quarter horse trials continue. Now we move on to the final two. Now, it's a separate race. I needed my cheaters. I had a little assistant down here. B-Pop hooking me up. Thank you. You don't need to laugh. We're not on camera. Here we go. We'll start with number 1, Michael B. in good form right now. Michael B. comes off an impressive maiden-breaking victory. I don't like the inside part of the track, but I think that horse is super live. I'm going to land on the 2 here. 5 Bar Fantasy. Cervezas might be on Cervantes again. This horse has won 3 straight. I love a horse that's sharp. I don't love the post, but I'm with Jay Litza, red hot handicapper from our Star Tribune. There's the 2 horse right on cue, looking good in the paddock.
Lovely, isn't she?
I think 5 Bar cruises here, Ange.
Yeah, that's fair. I took her 3rd. I didn't like the inside draw. I mean, it's better than the rail, but 5 Bar Fantasy has had the benefit of 2 outside draws in a row. And the first time that she won from the middle of the field. I mean, sometimes that's where I would prefer to be. That's what led me to Captivate This. But like I talked about.
Interesting pick here. I like this.
Well, it was the angle that we talked about earlier. Captivate This was in that last race that 5 Bar Fantasy won, and he was favored. And right from the start, it was pretty much over. Went on his back feet, then checked in the middle of the stretch. It's rare to see a quarter horse check in the middle of the stretch, but he was trying to run and ran straight into the rump of the 3 horse that day. That's okay. Prior to that, he had run against really good horses in a Derby trial at Remington, and he won. He broke his maiden by a game head. This is a horse that I think will like more distance. His stride seemed to lengthen as he goes. Even though he broke his maiden at 3:30, I don't mind 400 for him at all. He's a good-sized dude, and Captivate This, I thought the price would be right. He's 10-1 right now, so I'm going to take him on top, and I am going to bet him. Relentless Courage on the outside was my second choice. You don't have this horse in the mix. Why not?
Well, I have the horse circled for some reason, and you know what? You can't take them all, right? And I just thought last time out was slow out of the gate. Before that, ran a really good 3rd at 31-1. Kind of in that in and out pattern. I don't dislike the horse. Anytime Olmsted gets the outside post with a horse that's 4 for 5 here, I pay attention. I just don't know if the horse is fast enough. This is a Minnesota bred, and frankly, when I see Minnesota breds in against Oklahoma breds, I migrate to the Okie breds, and that's why I landed on 5 Bar Fantasy. I think, again, at a decent price, I would consider mixing the 7 into my exotics. I see right now that price, I like the 6 better than the 7. That one isn't even close for me. I think the 6 is a better horse.
Yeah.
And I think that, Escobedo landing on the 6 puts a little bit of a dagger in your 7 and your 5. So
Valenzuela rode both of them last time, and he ends up on the 7. But, I mean, this horse just blew through the Minnesota-bred 2-year-old ranks last year. Blew the break last time, tossed that one out, had run against very competitive horses in Oklahoma. You did mention Trace Elegance, and Trace Elegance was second behind 5 Bar Fantasy last time around. I get it. You like one, you got to like the other a little bit. Do you think that the reversal of post positions will make a big difference in perhaps Trace Elegance turning the tables on 5 Bar Fantasy?
Much better post. Broke from the rail last time. And 5 Bar Fantasy has had the benefit the last 2 times of being to the outside. And you can see by the grid right there, this is of the quarter horse 5-pack that we've had to handicap, one of the more wide-open races. So feel comfortable playing that at trifecta and superfecta here and trying to get paid. Play the late daily double. And remember, these last 2 races, they're playing against the clock. So I'm on the 2. I'm bullish on the 2. The fans agree so far. Ange makes a very nice case for the 5, though. I am going to mix the 5 into my exotic wagers. I think it's a great tout. You've got 9 minutes now to get your bets in. We're going to take you through the last, but right now you got to play the double. It starts at 9. Quarter horse racing continues. Good luck here, and go get them.
Here they come. It is now post time for the Wednesday penultimate. The Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. A couple of weeks from now. 68 large for the purse. First of 2 trials, and here they are. And they're racing. Best beginning goes to Just for Speed from the center. Outside of that, Captivate This now finds his feet inside 5-Bar Fantasy and Michael B. And on the far outside, Relentless Courage is surging, but Just for Speed hangs a W on them at 3.5 to 1. The numbers. And the 10th race is official. The 11th is our final this Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Number 6, Hallelujah 21, picked up by Bonifacio Quiros. Up to the winner's enclosure, Just for Speed and Gonzalo Gutierrez. Brighton DeWald is the winning owner. And the winning trainer, winning her second race tonight, it is Miss Mallory Norton. 20.06, the target time. And they're racing. Best beginning goes to Just for Speed from the center. Outside of that, Captivate This now finds his feet inside 5-Bar Fantasy and Michael B. And on the far outside, Relentless Courage is surging, but Just for Speed hangs a W on them at 3.5 to 1.
The 3-ball, just for speed, gets it done. Angela, great tout with your 5-horse, goes off a 20-1 run second. Moneymaker for the people on Angela's angle, so that was cool. We bet to win. That wasn't cool. Paid $17 to place, so great tout, though. Bottom line, great tout. PA, by the way, our track announcer, had that winner, has 7 winners on top, and that is his pick right here in the last race. Hottest handicapper on the grounds, and it's not close, is Mr. Paul Allen. He's got the 1 here.
He looks good.
Looks really good in the paddock, no question about it. I have the horse second, you have the horse on top, and it's Olmsted and Escobedo. So the post, though, Ange, you're a handicapper that likes to migrate towards the outside. This horse, though, you still land on the 1. Tell us why.
I know. Well, Relentless Legacy is one that I wanted to watch in the paddock to see how he behaves, because last time he almost trampled me when I was out there in the paddock. He got better when he was on the track and behaved himself, but it looks like he's behaving himself tonight in the paddock. It takes him a little while to get rolling, because as you can see, he's not the most petite animal in the world, but once he started rolling, I mean, he burst away from that field. So I think that perhaps from the rail, as long as he breaks with the pack, he could eventually probably slide over a little bit and move out a couple of paths, not taking any credit away from the 2 or 3. Just Relentless Legacy, I think, is one that's really going to embrace this 400-yard distance. And right now you're getting 7-2, probably because of the rail draw, but I know that you have the 4 on top, Apolitical Sass, who is 7-5. Now, I've been watching this horse's races back, and I just see a touch of pack animal to her. She gets close, but she's won twice, and both of them have been fairly narrow margins, a length and a nose. I just couldn't see Apolitical Sass outdoing the 1 at 400 yards. But why do you like her?
I just like the fact that she's faced better competition. If I look at the body of work that the horses bring into this race, and again, the 1 is a Minnesota bred. I see the talent. I see a stakes win last time back on June 1st. But I love
Utah breds, though.
I don't care whether if it's a Utah bred or an Oklahoma bred. It's not a Minnesota bred, and this horse has been facing better competition at places like Oklahoma and Iowa. And I just look at the body of work, including last time out at Prairie Meadows in a really fast run Derby trial, got beat a neck as the odds-on favorite and closed stoutly at 350. So I think 400 is a perfect distance for Apolitical Sass. I did not see odds on in this horse. I mean, anytime Escobedo gets off, I assumed the 1 was going to be favored. So if I'm being transparent, I'm not betting this horse to win at those odds right now. We'll see if they drift up. I think the 1 has a big shot as well. The other horse I looked at that's kind of being ignored is the 2. What do you think of waiting on 8?
I didn't use waiting on 8. I saw the trials. I saw the allowance last year, and I didn't see the same races at 3 that this gelding turned in at 2. Mm-hmm. I just don't know how much he improves or excels at this distance or how much he's moved forward at the age of 3. I look next door for a horse that you want to use underneath. Speaking of not caring or not seeing a whole lot of Mexican-bred quarter horses here, we have one in the 3. I'm glad that I don't have to call this horse. We'll leave that to Paul. A paw called Tikal James. Just the 3. Gets very close each time, kind of like the 4. I would consider using these 2 in supers, in tries, and things like that, because I might actually pitch the 4 because of the price that she's at. But 7-2 is fair, and I think that the 3 is another one who can handle the distance and usually keeps himself in the running most of the time, even if he doesn't come up with the win. So a fair price on him, a very fair price on the 1, and that's the way that I see the exacta. That's the grid up on the board. 9 minutes to post. Now, after race 11, we will have that field assembled for the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. That will conclude action for the night. They'll take off in 9 minutes. We'll be back afterwards to let you know who's qualified for the Derby.
Sorry, sir. That's okay. Go ahead, gentlemen. Hey. Have a good night. You too.
They've reached the gate. It is now race time. Moving in. One out. Modest Maven. Last in. Billy goes in quietly, and it again. And they're racing. Decent beginnings from the center. Apolitical Sass off Sassy to the inside of Runaway separately. Inside of that, Relentless Legacy is firing. And on the far outside, Modest Maven in the thick of it, chasing Apolitical Sass. Apolitical Sass. Jazzy. For Apolitical Sass first in 19.87, the fastest qualifying time of the two Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby trials. 4-5. Photography for the rest. The numbers 4, 5, 2, 6. And Wednesday is official. And to the winner's enclosure, Apolitical Sass and Luis Valenzuela. Tom Shekels, the winning owner, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. We have racing tomorrow evening at 5, and Corgi racing this weekend, Sunday at 1 o'clock. Thank you for joining us. If you're leaving Canterbury, please drive safely. And they're racing. Decent beginnings from the center, apolitical sass off Sassy to the inside of Runaway separately. Inside of that, Relentless Legacy is firing. And on the far outside, Modest Maven in the thick of it, chasing apolitical sass. Apolitical sass. Jazzy.